And it starts. Hello to everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm catching my breath. It's raining here, and I just not run, hobbled up here as fast as I could. I'm trying to familiarize myself with all these new features on YouTube and StreamYard. Wow, how things have changed. How is everybody? So who all's out there tonight? See Kenna Downey. Much love to you, brother. How is it up in your neck of the woods? Is it good? I was saying earlier to myself that this experience of being in prison for 2 years and oh, cool. Um, that I realized a lot of the things we were talking about, and I'll still share my thoughts on it. But and I think this is redundant because everybody really knows what I'm about ready to say. That this is an inward experience. It's inwardly. Um, it's your ability to inwardly manifest your own spiritual awakening. Cool. Plums, pears, grapes. Wow, nice. Cherries. Wow, cherries. I love cherries. That's one of my favorites. And as I was saying, so I'm kind of almost like the spirits made me have a loss for words about some things. Like if you notice, I'll come up on a panel and I won't talk as much, or I'll be not as chatty in the chat, so to speak. But I'm just acclimating myself back into everything, and um, it's rough. It's very rough. The place I was at is you can. It was called Miami Correctional Facility, and I was in the level one outside the gate, outside the fence, and I was there 6 weeks. I had them give me a wheelchair because you have to walk to chow, and I can't walk that far on anymore. So I asked them for a wheelchair. Well, I was sitting in my wheelchair beside my bed with my ID above me for 6 weeks. Nobody had a problem with it. And then all of a sudden, this CO comes from the back behind the fence and tells me that I'm out of place, writes me up, and then I have to go behind the fence after I have a little kangaroo court uh, that tells me that I should have been in my bed, which I was beside my bed, my hand on my bed. It's it's all spiritual warfare. So I go back in the Miami Correctional Facility. It's called. I mean, there were murderers, guys who got three bodies in trunks, cuts off heads of people to hide bodies. I was back in there with the worst of the worst, according to the state, and people stabbing each other. It's the third worst prison in the United States as far as killings and stabbings. Um, I've seen some crazy wild shit in there. You were banned from StreamYard. A blank screen. Really? A blank screen? But you can hear me, right? It's just my avatar up there. Well, let's put that to the test. Get up here and talk to me for a minute. There you go. Give it a whirl. Let's see if you're really banned from StreamYard. Antagonize the. Surely not you. You wouldn't do that. Oh, I missed you guys. I thought about you guys all the time. Thought about you guys all the time, wondering how you were doing. When I was in jail, I'd ask people to what day. Hey, maggot. It's well here it's Saturday. What day is it where you're at? You been that busy? You forgot the days? That's funny. Hey, I liked your little operation there. That was cool shit. Very cool shit. My brother from the mud. Your life's was a big truck. Get it on the ground. Start here and work your way to the street because that's where the money's at. I've been sick here and I've been coughing up some phlegm and nose is running a little bit. I'll try to mute up. I don't want you to think I'm doing big rails or something here. Much love, fools and tools. How are you doing tonight? Hmm, that's wild. Can't doubt me. Well, you are in Canada, so you're you've always had issues with your Wi-Fi and your phones, and I don't. You live in town, I know that. So, oh well. To the benefit of you having problems, if they do enable or enact 5G and all that, maybe it'll skip you. Maybe this is a good thing. I don't know if I believe in that 5G shit anymore. Oh, my aunt has cats here, and I'm allergic to cats. So if I sit outside most of the day, and I'm good. But when I come in here to sleep, it starts, and it's raining now, so I'm inside. So my allergies, just allergies. I'm healthy as a horse, except my hip. My hip's 95. My body's internally is still 30, 35. But yeah, back to my incarceration experience. So they moved me in a level 1, and they put me in a level 4. I only did I did 2 cases because when I was did the case with my house, I got 2 years, do 1, and then I had 30 months probation in another county, and I was like, fuck it. Rather than do the whole 30 months, I'll just go back to prison for 10 months, 11 months, and then get it done. So now I don't have that, and it's all wiped out. Nah, it's not for the best. I enjoy I enjoy hearing you and talking to you. I enjoy you up here. We always have some good conversations. Maggot, I've never seen you up on a panel. That would be awesome. Anybody wants to come up here and talk. If not, I'm just gonna ramble on. I'm gonna do my best Bex impersonation. Well, she was on one last night, bro. You missed it. It was funny shit. She's really she's really matured in this panel verse, I guess you would say. I remember I remember taking her around to introducing her to people, and she just took off. But the place I met her at, she was too good for that. For who copped it? Who copped what? What you talking about, maggot? Yeah, Canada Dummy. Mix sort some. Yeah, that's an understatement. She sorted a bunch of motherfuckers out. Okay, that's good, Canada Dummy. That's good. So you're doing the inwardly thing. It seems a lot of people are doing that. Like a lot of people have stepped back. It's one or extreme or the other. They've either stepped away into it and they're getting into all this kind of drama, or they stepped way out of it and just coming around occasionally. I'm with the coming around occasionally group, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, she was sorting them all out, maggot. She was going off. She was wound up on them, and she showed us her. She's a semi-sexual. She's infatuated and has a fetish for semi trucks. Did you know that? I didn't know that, but told her it's a turn on, and it's a I dig it. It aroused me. You gotta like a chick who likes manly things like the trucks or the heavy equipment, and I like that shit when a woman gets into it, or a farm girl. I love a farm girl. What kind of grapes are they? The purple or green or? But back to you, maggot. She basically Kenworth. It was a Kenworth. Yeah, I'm an international fan myself. I like the Internationals. I own two of them. They've been really good trucks. International dump trucks. I had a what was the first one? It was a 1729 Lodestar with a gas 345 in it, and then I had a S 84 S 1720, I think it was. Both single axles, but they were with a 10-foot bed. It was a conventional with a sleeper, and it was a vac truck. She didn't know what kind of truck it was. She thought it was a drill. It drilled. I was like, no, that's a super sucker. So it's probably a lesbian relationship because I consider all super suckers female trucks. So I don't know if she knows what she's getting into. Canada. But yeah, it was a Kenworth black. It was, and it had the what do you call the trucks with the big front bumpers and the roll the oh shoot, what's that? What are they called? The crash bars in the front for hitting uh, kangaroos. I planted crimson grapes 4 years ago, and they produce shitloads now. I tell you what is good to plant. My buddy planted some blueberries trees, and those some motherfuckers took off huge. Yeah, yeah, they're not what I'm used to. The shifting high and low axle, and your low and your reverse. You got your third low gear rhubar. That's it, a rhubar. Here, I've seen deer that have been hit with those rhubars in the states, and you see nothing but a spray of blood, and then you see a roll. This where the skin was the only thing left of it because it rolled it so much. Yeah, nasty. Okay, olive trees. Yeah, yeah. Where he's at down south, southern Indiana, he's really careful to make sure those blueberries don't get frost. I've had to help him go over and help him cover them a few times. Birds playing your grapes. Okay, all right. Even better. Even better. Have you guys ever seen the documentary called "Kiss the Ground"? It's now it's got Woody Harrelson in it, and take that for what it is. But it's amazing. Everybody should see this this documentary. It shows how the conventional farming in America, how it kills all the what do they call it? I'm trying to think of the word. Sec, sec, basically how the moisture wicks through the ground and goes in the trees and wicks. We're stopping the. I think the reason we're chemtrailing is because our farming methods have stopped a lot of the rain cycles. Sequestration. That's it. Sequestration, where the the microbes in the soil actually replenish the ground, and they it keeps the earth going. It's and then they make all the when they're planting in the spring and all the dirt's exposed, you should see all the carbon dioxide. And then when the plants are growing through July and August, the carbon dioxide's gone. It's very interesting. I can't explain it verbatim, but Yeah, we're farming all wrong, all the way around, and we're using the Roundup, which is glyphosate. We've all got glyphosate in our bodies. Yeah, 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 because it is in the farm fields too, because there's no moisture in them. It's become dirt. Soil has become dirt. We're really fucking up our environment. Absolutely, it's different. Absolutely, but it's the what they call global warming. No, it's things that they've done, especially after World War II. All the chemicals and companies and the Department of Defense, what do they call that, the industrial military industrial complex, got their fingers and hands into the chemical companies, and they wanted to sell chemicals, so they started selling the pesticides and all that shit. True, if true plant life doesn't need pesticides, it will take care of itself. The plants will take care of themselves. Yeah, the as far as the atmosphere, you see the sky's pink here. I don't know where it is, if it is where you're at, but we never used to have orange and pink skies. Same here. The grasshoppers left. Now they're starting to come back. Let's see what else left. Um, the grasshoppers. I wish the fucking ticks and flies would leave. That's what I wish would leave. I think those were Satan's. That's ticks and flies. Since he's Lord of the Flies, I think that's something that he's brought to this realm. Mm, okay. Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, frequency soup. But these insects are starting to return, and the locusts have been horrible, horrible, horrible. Frogs means the area is low in chemical, right? Right? Yeah, yeah. We've had some of that too, especially those they call them stink bugs. They look like they've got a old medieval shield on their back. I don't know. Do you guys have those up there in Canada? Stink bugs? Yeah, well, Roundup and Agent Orange are the same thing. They're just one chemical off. Just one chemical off. Hey, Maggot, what's that chemical that the frogs started becoming female? Hey, Dom, big spiritual hug to you, buddy. It's good seeing you earlier today. Definitely. I asked about you. And then, of course, I get the I get the story I didn't want to hear about everybody and how everybody turned on each other. Tiny white flies are red. Okay, yep. Gnats are bad around here. I call them dog dick gnats. You go land on a red rocket and then want to buzz around your face. Well, you know me, but I don't believe what other people say about anybody else. I only know what I know, and I have the ability to get along with everybody as long as they're not a complete moron. So I'm not going to pay attention to other people. But Axis Rat Blood, well, I went up and talked to him for a minute, and man, that poor guy, what he's been through. With his son. His son and I were in the same prison. I didn't even know that. But he's doing better. He's doing good with that. He's I'm not going to say he was strong. He's strong with it, but he's he's coping with it. And that's what a lot more than other people can do. But yeah, I haven't been on very many panels. I just went over to Axis and I've been on Charles. And I did a little chopping it up with London. Just my old people, man. All the people I used to hang out with. How's your wife? You and your wife getting along good? You working? You doing any electrical work? Lapis Blue. There she is. There she is. The one and only. My friend. How are you doing tonight, hon? Now we just need Mark Basket, don't we? That's right, cuz. I'm glad you did. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Look, she's even got a wrench still. I guess everybody else, I don't remember if everybody else must have upset me. I took everybody's wrenches. No, I'm just kidding. Nice. Nice. 10,000 square foot isn't a cottage. That's a fucking mansion. Yeah, that's a mansion. Is that new or remodel? Yeah, that's no cottage. If that's what you guys call a cottage up there, all new. Right on. Is it on a lake? Yeah, I guarantee that's a big job. A lot of linear feet in that, of wire in that. It's going to have all the bells and whistles, huh? Speaker system. Lots are 2 million. That's all. Just 2 million. Hell, I'd buy 3 lots so it wouldn't have neighbors. Fuck it. Right? 3 furnaces. Wow. Well, you'd have to. Yeah, you'd have to. If I did a house like that, or if I build a new home, I'm gonna do the radiant heat in the floor for sure. With the wood burner, with the radiant heat, I really like that heat system. Right? Definitely. He'll probably have a badass dock. Okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm getting ready. I'm out in the country now. Always have been, but I'm getting ready. I have to go to a rescue mission in Evansville. It's down by where I lived, and it's gonna be fucked up, actually, because I'm not a city kind of guy. People in the city are crazy. What's up, Dom?
Hey, Phil. Hope you're doing well, bud.
I'm doing very well.
Yeah, I texted on chat there wondering if you wanted company for a bit.
Do what now?
If you wanted company up here for a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course. Of course. Jared Jaguar. My man. Here come everybody now. It's great to be heard, Jared. I was beginning to wonder. So how's the missus and everything else is good?
Jude's doing well, actually. But thanks for asking, by the way, Phil. Yeah, she's doing quite well. Her daughter's
Good.
living with us. Oh.
Okay. I have been heard. Here, I'll give you. I look fat and I gained 20 pounds in there. I feel good. Other than my hip, other than that, I feel really well. I'd love to get a hip replacement, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Definitely. I've heard those can go really well, and I've heard they can go really south, just like the knees. But I'd take my chances because I can't hardly move around now. And it sucks from going to be a concrete man and to being disabled. It's it's a mind fuck. Definitely.
Is it wear and tear from the many years you've been doing the work?
No, it's in '07. I had my wife grabbed the steering wheel and ran us into a telephone pole,
Oh,
and the truck rolled over on me. Well, her too, but yeah. So from then until it didn't really start making me immobile until about 5 years ago. I started using a cane and a staff, and I can't hardly work anymore. It's just too much. So I'm gonna have to try to get some disability or something. I hate being tied to that system, but really at the point of where I don't have any other choice. So I'll get some of that money I paid into it.
Mm-hmm. True.
So it ain't much, 1,700. It ain't much, but
Is that a month?
yeah,
Well, it'll help you. It'll help you along anyway, Phil.
absolutely. I'll find some things to do. I always keep busy. I'm a workaholic type individual. So yeah, and a hustler. So I'll get a hustle on. I'll find something that makes a little bit of Skrilla. I'd love to find a operator's job because I'm a utility operator
Mm-hmm.
and work for cash, but I just don't want to be. I don't want to go full time and be at somebody be dependent on me. You know, uh, all the time. That's too much.
Well,
True that, Megan. What's that, Dom?
I was going to say, as long as we need to exchange, in this case, fiat currency with each other, we kind of have to play that system that we call it that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We can't feed ourselves with love.
We could try. You could try, but
Just, just isn't very filling.
it'd be nice to barter everything I do, but in the end, well, can't say the end, but in the process, I realized there's only so much you can do with that bartering system.
Yeah. And love's always left a bad taste in my mouth, so I'm done trying to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
I said love's always left a bad taste in my mouth, so I'm tired of eating it.
Well, a lot of times, Phil, it's, whether we call it love, I call it obligation and duty. Somebody says to you, yeah, I'll do you a favor. I said, but at what cost? How long does that favor occur? So.
Right. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you.
It's when a person becomes at peace with it, knowing that, okay, this is the system that I'm in. When I say system, I need food, I need shelter. How do I fulfill some of my wants? And once you become aware of that, you realize, okay, I'm playing the game then.
Right. Absolutely. I would love to go off grid, but I don't think I would be able to do that without help. So
mm-hmm.
at this stage in my health, so we'll just see what comes along.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna play it by ear, take every day as it comes.
Well, nature has a different set of beasts to deal with opposed to civilization. And if the person that really enjoys being in nature figures, okay, I'll do my own hunting, I build my own, or whether it's hunting or having like a farm or whatever. But most of us have adapted to this system.
Yeah. I've always hated it.
Mm-hmm.
I love the work, but I hate the tax thing. If you pay over 10% tax, you're considered a slave back in the 1700s.
So true. So true.
Yeah. So that always burned my ass. So I love to work for cash back when I had my business, but you can only do that so much because you have to have the write-offs for everything, for your equipment and your fuel and your employees payroll. When I had the wreck, I had 11 guys working with me. So that's
even that, Phil. When people whether we play by cash or whatever, based on whoever that system belongs to, that's illegal on their part. That's why they're doing the digital system. They're trying to squeeze even that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever get rid of cash. I just don't think it'll happen.
They've done it in many places before, so that's a pretty simple sweep. But are they going to do it now? Probably not right now, but they will.
Yeah, and they watch it so much now here. I don't know how it is there, but they watch the bank accounts. They watch everything. Mm-hmm. People just got to do it smart, That's all.
We've learned to adapt, like in the sense we're the frog in the water. We've done a digital system, PayPal. That's basically how they're doing it.
Right.
And eventually they're just going to do a clean sweep and say, listen, anybody that's holding any type of currency, I don't care what country it is, you have a year to actually exchange it. If not, it's going to be devalued or useless.
Right.
Again, outside of cash, bartering is the way to go. Bartering meaning that, okay, I'm going to give you some electrical or some plumbing for exchange for something.
Right. Absolutely. I love the barter too. Mm-hmm. I'll pour some concrete for some ATVs and boats, vehicles. Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody has to initially purchase those devices. The whole concept of paying taxes is based on the fact that we're using that piece of paper.
Yeah. The sweetest deal I tried to make was this little old lady had a 69 Camaro RS that her son bought while he's in Vietnam. You had the custom seats. It was like a periwinkle blue, if you know what color that is. It had the vacuum headlight covers. She would only miles it had on it. She would start it up and pull it outside, let it run, put it out on the driveway, let it run for a little bit, and then back it in. It had like I think it was 1,200 miles on it. It's in
Wow.
1969.
That's a sweet
Yeah,
ride.
this was in like 1998. I tried to get it, but she wasn't coming off of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was the sweetest car I ever tried to barter for.
Yeah, those things are there, always there. That's why, exchanging, your, as much as people talk about prostitution is the longevity one, but we do prostitute ourselves. I'm giving my energy in exchange for something, whether it's sexual favors or some material favor.
Now, I didn't go the prostitution route, but
Oh, we are. Well, in a way, we do, Phil. We prostitute ourselves with work.
well, I was talking about your relationship. How it's cheaper to keep her. How you pay for it, whether you like it or not.
Oh, that's a different type of prostitution. Yes, very much so. And usually there's a good chance I probably get the better out of the deal.
Like Dom, you old whore, you old hoe bag.
Sure I am. Sure I am. Yeah, I'm not the only one.
Well, between us two, you are. I'm done with that shit. I had all my fun. The next relationship will have to be a very, very, very special woman.
Mhm.
I'm definitely not just going to settle anymore.
Yeah, well, most of us have different types of relationships, whether it's a relationship with money or a relationship with many of the toys that they have. But yeah, when we have that relationship with the opposite gender, let alone the same gender, in different ways, not just sexual.
I'm going to change my ideal woman from an 8 and 9 or 10 to like a 2, big and fat. So nobody else wants her. That she can cook good, and she's guaranteed to cook good. And if I ever have to chase her down on my cane, I can still do it. So that's my new ideal woman.
Well, as long as it's a fair barter and she sees you as the ideal man, then it works.
There you go.
It always has to work both ways. I've had my buddies years past where we'd be chilling, having a coffee, and they'd be going on about their wives or their girlfriends. And say, "Have you guys ever tried to live with each other?" Well, no. I said, until you've actually experienced living with other guys, you'll realize probably living with the opposite gender is probably by far more easier than living with the same guys, like same gender. Because there's advantages when you're living with the opposite gender.
Of course. Unless the dude that you're with can pull as many women as you can, and then you fill your house up with the women from the bars, and you have a party all the time. So that's how it was when I had roommates.
Sure.
And then that right there will wear you the hell down.
Oh, I can imagine it would actually, Phil. For sure it would.
That's when you get the real crazies.
You only need one or two.
Sometimes two. That was fun nights too. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, that was when I had a wife though, so that wasn't even. I'm okay even on that. I'm okay with all that. I don't want that I don't want anything anymore but a good relationship and a good woman. So we'll see.
But
We'll see
without
what
getting
happens.
in too deep with this, but that relationship that we should have is really with ourselves. You know that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people know that.
Yeah, but I've already figured myself out and figured if I can like myself, then I should be able to find somebody else that likes me.
As long as they like themselves too, yes. But a lot of times people
Right.
they wing it.
There you go. It's tit for tat. Right? Hey, that's the way as concrete men do it. Work hard, play hard, bub. You know that.
Yeah, I had a couple of buddies like that. They were Scottish. That was the same. That was their famous term. Play hard, work hard.
Yep. Can't run fast and can cook. Well, you're my cousin though, so would that be? Well, fuck it. I'm at this point. My cousin's cool too, Lapis. We just won't tell nobody we're cousins. Okay. Only these people we know it, so we know where it come from. What's up, Bex? My friend. I was just telling Maggot how he missed it last night. I said I even tried to telepathically call you and you didn't show up. So we got to get that connection back. We lost it. But yeah, I actually had this crazy dream right before I got out that I was with this saucy black woman. I don't know what that was about, but which I'm okay with. I have no problem with. I like black women. I like Mexican women. I like Chinese women, but I've never been with an Asian. I hear they're crazy, and my friend was a Filipino, and she's crazy. So, but yeah, I'll find my own kind of crazy. We'll see how it goes. A rescue mission? What rescue mission you go on? So, what have you? Where have you advanced um your mindset there, Dom? Since I've been gone.
I don't know about a mindset per se, but I'm aware of the mind. But just human behavior is constant.
Human behavior is fucked up.
Yeah, that may be true. Yeah.
Okay, let me rephrase that. How have you grown since I've been gone? Wow me.
Wow.
Tell me something cool.
That would be the thing I've learned. Entertain others. Since you asked the question, usually the best way to respond to the question is maybe lead, follow. What have you done to grow? And then maybe it resonate with me and I can carry on with that.
Oh, you're one of those still. Answer a question with a question. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'm basically saying if you're leading, follow. And I will get a sense of what you mean. And I know you will, Phil. And I know you will.
I'll hold your hand. That's cool. I'll do that. I've learned that. Well, before you came in, I was talking about these things that we've all gained knowledge on. It wasn't to gain knowledge on because it was the truth necessarily, because a lot of things are the untruth that I've learned in there. In when I was incarcerated, that it's all an internal growth. It's all inward. It's all our own journey. It's all about me, like you're all about you, and that our biggest problem I thought about while I was in there is how a lot of us can't get along, even though many of us are saying the same fucking thing in different ways, and that's my goal, is figure out how to maneuver through that field to get people to see that that's the issue that most of us have, because we're all different. So our spirit showed us things in our own way, which is different by individual, and now we just need to bring it together. So that's what I've learned. How was that?
Sounds like you became a little more aware of the observer from within.
Well, yeah. I was afraid of getting stabbed, so I became very observant.
So as the observer, who's getting stabbed?
No, I really had nothing, no issues, no problems in there. Everybody treated me well. It's just these little young gangbangers that run around, and literally I've seen a guy get stabbed over 2 Roman noodle soups. For real, for real.
Oh, I'm hearing you, Phil. You mentioned earlier about the spirit. So when something or someone gets stabbed, who's getting stabbed?
The spirit.
Are we?
Yeah, because we are the spirit. So yeah, the spirit's getting stabbed because their spirit's being a jackass. Because the spirit is in the fleshly body, no matter what, it's still spirit. Spirit is the only constant.
So a material knife could actually harm a spirit?
Well, it can hurt its feelings.
Maybe it could, but that's usually more that's designated for the ego.
Well, that can be just as damaging as a flesh wound.
It could
if
be.
not more damaging.
Mm-hmm. Very true. We use words like our when we're birthed, a birthday.
I was born. I wasn't birthed.
Oh, okay.
Only animals are birthed. Just like they got us calling our children kids and baby goats.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the language, that's all. We've all been mind fucked.
I get the English language and all that, but then we can question, how did the human race get to English language? But that's here or there. So, but I get it. We can use words that have a meaningful language to it to describe things. But once you understand you're not those things, then you can play a different game.
Right.
At that point, your third eye is actually getting poked.
That right there goes to the point that I was trying to make. How do we interact with people that aren't? How do we get them to level up, or how do we get the one that's next to me up on stage for us to think the same way, though we're thinking the same, but we're speaking in different terminology? Not you per se, but
I play a role in it. I play a role. I fluctuate back and forth. So once you actually are somewhat aware, then you can actually hold that space for yourself, that frequency, and then the other ones will probably come to their own conclusion. The frequency that they're at is no longer a use. We're not here to change people. That occurs whether or not we're here or not. So at that point, we're telling stories to each other.
Are we not? Are we not here to change them through maybe even harming us?
I would lean towards and say no.
Okay.
That's my view. That's my view.
Right. I see it as many people even got me in the situation I was in. I'm going to say my family per se. They judge themselves by judging me through me. So in turn, I gave them the rope. They either pulled themselves up or they wrapped around their neck and hung themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore I changed them, because they might have been okay until all that happened.
Usually the one that changes is the one that actually is trying to change somebody else, whether they're aware of it or not.
Well, that's it. Is that manipulation?
It is a form of manipulation, yes.
Yeah, I'm not a manipulator.
We live in an environment that is always constantly being manipulated. If not, then how do we have Wi-Fi? How do we have language? That's all manipulation. It's not a bad thing. It's just that I'm just using the word manipulation. You manipulate something. We don't create. That's why human race, they reproduce.
Right, but you know the context I'm using it in.
I'm using it in different variations, yes.
But I'm not. I'm using it in one.
Okay.
On the personal level.
Yes, I'm hearing that. That's why I'm giving you a general statement, because you're sharing from a personal. I'm telling you from my story what I'm hearing it from.
Right. Well, he's been so fucking difficult.
Who's been difficult?
I'm joking. I said, you've always been so fucking difficult. Damn you.
Unless that's bringing something out of you. Unless you're trying to force something at that point, then you're entertaining yourself.
You know better than that. I'm just messing with you, dude. I got 2 years of fucking with you to make up. So, okay. deal with it.
No, the person going to fuck with is you, but we'll entertain each other. But you know that we don't like fucking with each other that way. But anyway, carry on. But trying to change a person is a form of manipulation, by the way.
Right, but yeah, but I don't set out to do it. It just happens that way. So
You might be challenging maybe some of their held belief system or their mindset, as you said earlier. It's always fun when people use the word mindset. So it's like cement. You're setting something. Well, when can we break it?
It's actually concrete. Cement is the one ingredient in aggregate and sand and water and cement make concrete. So it's actually concrete.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for correction that or expanding that.
You're welcome. If I wasn't a concrete man, I wouldn't know that. So you're welcome. Like I would expect you to correct me when it comes to electrical wire or anything in the electrical industry or field. So
not really.
Yeah, I'm giving you permission to, because I want to speak correctly when it comes to something. I don't want to speak, uneducated about the subject. I've always been into learning when it comes to these construction industries. I love to learn as much as I can, and electrical is one of my. It's not my favorite. I'd rather plumb. My dad was the electrician. I'm the plumber of the group. So when I was younger, I figured I'd probably best not mess with anything that can kill me or burn down the house. So I'm going to learn to plumb.
There's usually energy associated to it. Plumbers usually has to do with water, so therefore that's about emotions. For me, being an electrician, I'm more about the mind. So there's always an association. The spirit always gives that to us, but most people on a physical level they really don't put enough time probing into that.
Okay, so I like that. I like that. Except it's a drain, waste, and vent pipe, so it would be shit, and water, and ventilation is spirit. Okay, I dig it. I like that. Very cool.
There's energy behind everything.
Right on. I never looked at it that way. Thank you.
It's like we use the word recovery when people are dependent on some sort of substance. Why do we use the word recover? What emotion are they actually covering up? That's why some people are attracted to a body of water. That's usually about emotions.
Yeah, I've never been into recovery because I'm not addicted. I've always did everything because I wanted to do it, not because I'm addicted to it. I can always put it down. I'm stronger mentally than to let something manipulate me. So
I'm pretty sure if you fast long enough, you'll realize one of your addictions.
I let those go. That went years ago. Yeah, I had one. It was called. We were just talking about them. That was one of my addictions.
That's usually about chemical release, by the way, when it comes to sex.
Oh, I thought it was called jizzle. Or
chemical release.
I should say dragon sperm. I have make it dragon sperm. But yeah, it's definitely chemical.
No, it's like no different people chasing the dragon with cocaine. You start getting a person that's addicted to cocaine, they'll look at sex and say, why would I take something lesser?
Man. Yeah, like I said, I was just done them because I wanted to do them, not because I was addicted to doing them. Most people can't say that. I've been fortunate. I after my wreck, I was on 240 Norcotin and 150 Percocets, and I 7 years of that, I quit it. I just stopped because I didn't like who it was making me as a parent.
Touch of discipline. Sometimes we have to go in a roundabout way. Discipline. Some people just wean off of it. Their body just rejects it completely. Usually it depends. Sometimes it's the ego, the body, that's actually craving that kind of substance, and then it's the brain that might, whether it's the upper brain or the lower brain. So again, we're talking about spiritual material, and balance both of them is challenging for most of us. I can't speak for everybody, but for most of us, it's challenging.
Yeah, I've always been. Yeah, I agree, and I never realized how fortunate I was until the last 15 years because I wasn't around people who were quitters. Everybody was a doer. So
Yeah, and there's a good chance if you follow the luminaries and the solars and all that, there's a shift probably. Like a lot of our body parts are associated with different kind of solars alignment.
agreed. I haven't followed it. The closest I got into anything back in the day was my grandma had a zodiac sign book where it told your perfect match, which signs to date, and so I always had that book, and I'd read it. I'd ask a girl what sign she was, and I always read it and see, and it was really always spot on for sure, always spot on.
Again, it's I know you probably said born, but when we're birthed, there's an alignment going on. So I think if I remember correctly, you're a Scorpion. I could be wrong, but I think you.
No, I'm a Leo. 8/8 was my birthday.
My apologies.
No, it's all good.
So, but again, those days, whatever's the line, again, we have signs in the skies, and there's people that understand it, and they can probably even explain it to the average layman person.
Yeah, my birthday is always the portal, Lionsgate portal.
Yeah. And then of course you put in technology that we're playing with right now that probably plays a role in affecting it.
Say that again. The last part.
With the technology that we're presenting now, it will also affect it in some way.
Sure, absolutely.
Plus, you said that you have a hip problem, so there's an alignment that's gone misaligned. So your energy is probably not fully aligned because of that. And of course, we'll use man-made devices to try to align it, but that's usually never going to correct it. But at least put less pain.
Yeah, less pain would be nice, but I've learned to deal with it. I've learned to deal with it.
That's what people do. We usually learn to deal with whatever pain or pleasures. As much as people think suffering's always about pain, it's actually more about the attachments to pleasures.
Pleasures are good. Definitely.
They're good because we're attached to them. They're not understanding that's the thing that keeps us always rebooting ourselves over and over again.
Just have to moderate them.
Yes. Yeah. Very true, Phil. And I'm speaking from my own personal experience. It's challenging.
Thank you, Andrew. My cousin's doing the laundry for me. Sorry about that.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm back into the place I was born for a while. But this place is, boy, has it changed. I haven't been here since 2011. Man, it's changed.
Also, like construction around the area, subdivisions.
Construction. There's a gas station on there's 2 or 3 gas stations on every corner. They've torn down a lot of the old factories. They're building a new jail. There's a new chemical plant here where the old guide lamp, which made the headlamps for General Motors, and the Fisher body for General Motors, and the Delcarimi plants are gone. Yeah, it's just restaurants, horse track, and jail. Now I don't know where people are working. Probably in Indianapolis. A lot of people do a lot of commuting. We're about 30-40 minutes from Indianapolis.
How the 15-minute cities are going to work when they want to start adapting that.
Yeah, those are very interesting. That's a whole fucked up system right there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're I don't get why socialism. Now the Democratic Party is trying to say they're socialists, which I have to admit, that a lot of the socialist things, everything should be food and shelter and We're not supposed to be slaves to the system. We're supposed to be eating fruit of the garden and fucking. We're not supposed to be in this realm the way it is. We should be like the Indians, and that's the best way I could put it.
It's true, Phil, I guess, whether you want to be a farmer or a hunter, but how many people that you know actually really want to do that and actually are doing it?
Well, that's their problem, not mine. They should want to do it, and when I don't know that we'll have a power once this is all done. I've been thinking about these things.
It becomes their problem when there's only few, but when there's more or less most people doing that, then it becomes our problem. Again, most people go to gas stations, most people go to grocery stores, so therefore that tells you they're not interested in being a sovereign being anymore.
No, absolutely not. They've been programmed, indoctrinated. They've been made to be what they want, what the system wants them to be. But that don't mean that's what they're going to be, because I think electric and this whole, I don't know if you remember me talking about it, but I don't think the magnetic system of this earth is natural. I don't think it's organic.
Well, it's manipulated.
I think it's created and manipulated.
Mm-hmm. Well, how would we be able to manipulate? Maybe not me and you, Phil, but we use these devices. How do you think radio frequencies got manipulated, or electricity, or Wi-Fi? That's all manipulation.
Sure it is. That's why it needs to go. So
to what?
To the old ways.
Okay, and how was the old ways?
Well, the old ways were everybody was communal.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody looked out for each other.
Do you think the communities of the old ways today would actually respect if there was a seer or a mystic among them?
Yeah, I think it. Well, honestly, when you put it that way, yeah, I think it's going to be forced to be that way through everybody having the lies revealed to them.
True, I'm with you on that. But whether or not that happens in 1 or 2 lifespans,
I think we're a lot closer. I think we're a lot closer than what people think. I know a lot of people don't. They've been indoctrinated and programmed to believe what the church says, but that Bible has a lot of hidden information in it. And according to the Bible code that's in it, all prophecy is fulfilled by March of 2030.
Okay, but the indoctrination, when me or speaking, is a form of indoctrination. Reading is a form of indoctrination.
Reading is, we aren't supposed to read. We're not supposed to make weapons of war. We're not supposed to have any legal system. All these were taught.
Yes, or condition or indoctrinate, whatever word we want to use. But yeah.
Right.
Well, but we're here. That's the whole thing. We're here. I'm not here to agree or disagree with the system, but we're here. So how do we actually think outside of the box when most people don't realize how big the box really is?
Well, I'm gonna compare it to being like in a relationship with a cheating, whorish woman. Just because you've had her a long time doesn't mean you need to keep her.
Okay.
So the system, that's because we've had it a long time, don't mean we need to keep it. I think the change of what I've said would be a lot better.
But the change is occurring. Whoever these breakaway nations are, or group of people, they already are making changes. And the thing is, for most people, they're not even aware of how the system works, so they're not even going to know that they're the frog in the water. I mean, the United Nations has many changes on the go. Whether or not I agree or disagree with it, if I really start looking at it and look at human behavior, I said, I can see why they're trying to push for transhumanism. Because most humans have made themselves, I'm trying to think of the word, Phil, complicated, not even the right word, complicated, displaced.
Okay.
How many people would truly understand how to be a farmer, let alone a hunter? And I'm not talking about for 1 or 2 years, because there's many cycles. So how would a person understand 7-year cycle and how to do foods? How many people would understand where the sun and the moon have to be when you're harvesting your animals, let alone feeding them? What most people are doing, Phil, they're complaining because we're living in an age of information, so they can watch it on TV or the radio, and they bitch and complain, but they don't really have no fucking ability to understand what would that change really look like, especially when you understand how air works. Air's always changing. Everything's changing. It's constantly change going on here.
Sure, absolutely. I agree with that. But
I'm just putting that out, Phil. I'm not here to be the arbiter of
no,
the truth or
you're
whatever.
fine. Quit it. Stop it. You're fine. You're good. Don't. You should know better. So
I do.
it's all good. No worries.
No, go ahead, Phil.
We're just chopping it up here.
Thanks, Phil.
I think that it's going to come to a point where we're forced to. I hope it's going to come to a point that we're forced to go back to the old ways. I sure do. So, and if they don't make it, they don't make it. That's just the way it is. It's the strong, what's it? Survival of the fittest, or survival of the most intelligent. However you want to put it.
Sorry, Phil. Sing's looking for the link just in case you want to sing up. I think that thing that people talk about change or fight the system will probably occur after they've actually formed a one world government. And then people see it for what it really is, then and only then. Because right now there's a divide and conquer going on with all the different religions and states. You're not going to have change as long as it's divided. So in a twisted way, let the United Nations have what they want. Because once the people realize how the system is really set up, then you're going to have people rebelling the system.
Yeah, they're going to do the work for us.
Yes, I'm with you, Phil. Let them do it. Let them do it. Let them fill their boots.
Just like how many people know that you have to take each country that is in the United Nations has to take an oath to Lucifer. Most people don't know that. It's going to shock everybody when they sure as hell find out.
It might not even happen in 1 or 2 lifespans. See, a lot of people want things done now. I said a lot of things didn't occur in 1 or 2 lifespans.
Yeah, we've all been. That's a program that we all want everything in the snap of the finger.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
That's part of the divide and conquer. Give the illusion that you can own something, and then we can take it from you. Dare not understand. We're not supposed to own anything here. Hey, Sing.
Hello. Give me a second. I'll plug in my mic.
Well, through the spirit that has succeeded, I've succeeded because I don't own a damn thing now.
Hello. I just plugged in my mic here, so.
Hey, Sing, you're good.
Right.
Do your thing.
Hello. It's been a while, Don, Phil. Everybody participated.
It has been. Definitely. Glad you could come by.
Right over the
Chop it up with us.
I had a few things I needed to take care of. But, yeah. You know how it is.
I do. Give us a mic check.
Is my mic working all right?
Yep, there you go. You're good.
All right, because let me know if it's not working all right, because sometimes it just touches my body and muffles it a bit. I actually should put a cloth between my body and that. That's the problem, because bare skin mutes the mic if it touches. If I have it on a napkin, it's all good there. It probably sounds better now.
Yep, sounds great.
All right. So how's the panel been going for the conversation? How's it?
It's been good. We've just been talking about what is to hopefully come and what is and what has been, and my relationship issues with the opposite sex. That's about it. In the prison I was in. That's about it. That's a caught you up to speed on what our topics were.
Right. So I guess we're just sort of fluctuating now to.
Yeah, we have. This is just anything goes. That's always seemed to be the best. Sorry, I just cut you off.
No worries. I caught you saying about the Lucifer, the part of that. Maybe you guys want to expand on that part. I kind of missed it while I was going to the link.
The United Nations, according to, I think his name is David Spangler, he is in charge of making sure that every country that joins the United Nations takes an oath to Lucifer.
And how do you feel about that, Don and Phil? About that?
Well, I think it fits because the God of this world is the evil one, and we're definitely in a perceived hell at the moment. So I think it's up to par with what we see. I think it fits.
Right. Right. Yeah. I think this, well, I don't think, I know this place has always been hell. There's so many layers to this reality that many people just are in the, what is defined the babysitting dream part of it. Not many people dabble into the other depths, perceive the other layers that are perceived below, not above. What people fear as the demons are actually the fire gatekeepers, where actually one gets illumination, true wisdom and knowledge from fire below. Above, there's no accurate information above. Above is where the anti-Lucifer is. Below is where I would define as the Lucifer of knowledge is. There's two versions. There's you can see you can faction off Lucifer to two versions of source: the anti-Lucifer, that's the trickster, the liar, the deceiver, the manipulator, and then you could faction off the below. Perceive gravity magnetic fields, not anti-gravity. Gravity magnetic fields are Lucifer below. That's the accurate wisdom and knowledge that the gatekeeper shall test somebody, put them through thresholds as they process and go through the levels they attain by completing their self-development, self-correction. They start to attain wisdom and knowledge through going through what is defined the demonic perceived sentient symbiotic gatekeepers, the transfer of digital data information, right?
That's right. The Dark Knight to destroy this world is the good guy.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So I don't see it as a destruction of the world. It's integration of evil being self-corrected and so forth. It is a self-correcting system. It's designed to self-correct, and it's inevitable. It goes one way. It starts to accelerate, and beings start to once again advance and enhance and start restructuring, restoring themselves, becoming more evolved beings, returning to what I define primordial core origins before we were manipulated. So the travel into the future is the biggest line deception. As probably you all know, Project Looking Glass was a shutdown date. The wall that they hit, the wall that they hit 2012, where they couldn't travel anymore into the future by design because they fucked themselves up. They would de-evolve even more through trying to be brilliant in their own ideas and aspects, right?
Yeah, and they, if I remember correctly, they no matter what they did, they always had the same result at the end, and it wasn't theirs.
Right. They always hit a firewall. They hit a wall where they couldn't proceed anymore into the future because it wasn't possible. Because if they proceeded towards the future, it was a destroyed Earth because they would have destroyed it if they kept taking that path.
Right.
So it's interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting, and there's many of us on different levels of existence. Not one person is at the same level. Some people are at completely different levels of evolution. Some people are on similar levels, but similar paths, but not exact paths. Nobody takes the exact path because every person's self-development needs to be fine-tuned differently. That only sentient symbiotic system source. I call source the creator, primary creator of all things, a sentient symbiotic system. We have been existing in a technological system since the beginning of creation, right? That's what I've been revealed, and that's the way it's always been. If somebody asks me, well, how did source become source? I have no fucking idea. It's not my business, but I do respect the primary creator designer of all things, because there is an intelligence that exists that one seeks it. It far foresees anything I've ever experienced as in wisdom and knowledge transfer.
Yeah, I was just telling my cousin here, explaining some things to her, and telling her how the Christian and the Luciferian is going to be on the same. They're going to get the same treatment, no matter what. They get the same. Yeah. I said, nope, you can't be raptured and saved for doing nothing, and you can't be, and you're going to be punished for being an evil motherfucker. So,
Well, it works out like this. Okay, the blind in faith, the ones that aren't aware of the system, they got the easiest ride. They basically get out on good behavior. They establish themselves to the best of ability to be self-corrected, self-developed, where they're not utilizing perceived behaviors of abnormal behaviors. Arguing, fighting, defending, challenging, etc., etc. But the more aware foot soldiers in the system, the low awareness, medium awareness, and higher awareness, they're going to need to complete different lots of requirements to establish themselves to what is defined, redeemed, and restructured to a better existence reality. But from my comprehension and understanding, hell is necessary to give beings a struggle to rattle their cages, perceive the anti-field, so they can accelerate and self-develop themselves. Because if there was no uncomfortness, okay, if somebody didn't have any uncomfort in their existence, they wouldn't seek something furthermore to comprehend, understand what's giving them their uncomfort. When I do this, hey, I get harsh pains. When I don't do this, they start to become aware, then I don't get pains. It's sort of the self-correcting system guides someone through pain and hardships and thresholds of discomfort, right?
Right. Absolutely. Agreed. Missed you, bud. I missed our little
Right.
talks.
It's been a while, yeah, for sure. For sure. It's
Yes.
been a while.
I was
But
telling
then again, it seems like just yesterday though, because when one becomes aware, time is just a marker; it doesn't exist, and also time is a type of lock to one's reality where it slows things down, right?
right. That's true. That's definitely true. Time is linear, right?
It sure is.
But I still missed y'all.
Right. If Sandy did get a hold of you, I wouldn't have communicated with you. I told her if she got a hold of you, tell Phil I'm giving him tough Spartan love. I told her that part, and she started cracking up. I'm letting him serve his isolation, acceleration, conditioning.
Well, the screwed up part about it is I knew it was coming, so I was ready for it.
Right, whatever. It's another page that's been turned. It's just now that you're out, it doesn't feel like you served anything. It just feels like a dream. You woke up and it was just one night's rest, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It actually flew by pretty quick.
Yeah, well, you know how to handle yourself energetically, right? So, of course,
Right.
it flies by. Perception of time is going to slow things down or accelerate it, that's for sure. When one realizes you don't need time, it's just locks, you start jumping what is defined insertions to one's digital holographic reality, though to what is authorized, right? I always go to the end result. What is the end result? The end result is where I've attained what I want. It's simple, and I stay aligned to that path. And when one stays aligned, they actually keep themselves aligned to the end result of attainment, no matter what it is. And then things on the path of alignment start to align more and accelerate more.
Yeah, I'm definitely glad I did it as at this state of mind than 20 years ago, because I wouldn't have handled it too well. I never lost it. People would say right before I got out, "You can't sleep. You're excited." No, I wasn't excited. I went to sleep. I slept well. I ate well, just like I was out here. Actually, I was felt comfortable in there because I had no worries of the outside world.
Right. So yeah. Anyways, it was by design. It was your isolation acceleration period. Like I defined, either people go in the big house and come out twice as bad or twice as evolved. You see what I'm saying? So
Absolutely. Um, Axis's son was in there where I was too.
he actually ended up the same. Was he in there at the period you were in?
Yep, I just didn't know he was there.
Really? Okay. So you weren't in the same cell blocks.
No.
All
Well, we
right.
could have been. I don't know.
Well, not in the same faction where you can communicate or see each other because
I
they
didn't
are.
even know who he was.
Oh, you didn't know who he was? Okay. All right. All
And
right.
I didn't know he was in there.
I thought you knew Axis and he was in there and you missed him.
No, Axis's son.
Oh, his son. Okay. Yeah, that went not well.
Right.
Right.
But that's the
Right.
type of individual I was in there with. Or
Yeah, I get
yeah.
the
So-
the general population, the house faction out. Like you define level 1, 2, or 3, right?
Right. It was 4 where I was.
Or
Yep.
you ain't seen nothing yet, Phil. I was in level 6 for many years.
I don't know how. That's the only classifications we have here in Indiana.
Hey, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not serious. When I'm saying level 6, when I
Okay, I
did
got
my
you.
travels through below.
I got you. I got you. Level 6. Well, how many levels is there? Isn't there 7 levels?
Oh shit, they don't end. They don't end. I got to scribe once into the computer and see the levels of hell actually. And I seen the tortures of hell, what goes on in the cubicles. It was okay, I'll tell you how I did it. Well, it was a period when I was allowed to see the system. I kicked my ass for not scribing more because I wanted to find out more of the deeper levels. Well, I was looking, okay, I was on my computer. I had my computer shut off, my tablet, but my room was barely lit, where it's just a little bit of light. And so what happens is I was looking at my screen, obviously in an altered state, right? On, I wasn't on any chemicals then anyways. It was just, I was going through, anyways, whether on chemicals or not, the system can arrange a chemical induced perceived transfer to what is defined, you see, into various aspects of this whole system. So I was looking at the computer screen. And then I started seeing a screen within the screen, though with it off. But all that I seen was completely black and white. But the energetic field of the cubicles that were being shown to myself had such an eerie feeling. But it was like black and white CGI animation, but it was real. You couldn't like it wasn't CGI. It was just real things that maybe transpired that were transpiring. And what was happening was I would see a cubicle and the things happening in the cubicle, and they got some quite the crazy fucked up tortures in hell. That's all I'm going to define. And what would happen is I'd view it for about 3 minutes. It showed the torture, and then what would happen is then another block would arrive where the screen would end up, that block of the torture cubicle would go up and would show a deeper level perceived torture cubicle. I've seen maybe 5, I don't even know how many I've seen, but I was watching it for about an hour and a half. It just seemed to go by so fast. But ever so certain amount of cubicles perceived that I call the torture cubicles of hell. Every about, well, I would say, 7 maybe, I don't even know, 7, 3 to 4. It was all random. It wasn't in order. But every so a certain amount of cubicles, they would go up and another one would be inserted from the bottom, like an elevator going up, except when it's going up, it's bringing up another visual to myself to the cubicle. Some of them just had fire. There was nothing else. It was just like the block on the screen was just fire. And I was like, okay, this is the fire torture. Okay, then after that would stay there for a while. Then another one would come up, and I got a tour, a partial tour of hell, and that scribing.
Did you get a bumper sticker while you were there?
No, no bumper stickers.
No, that would have been cool shit.
No.
I went to hell and all I got was this lousy bumper sticker.
Well, so you want to expand on that, or is that just a joke?
It was a joke.
Okay. I'm like, what the fuck did Phil go? Where did he go? I didn't get no sticker. I got ripped off. I got the cheap tour, man.
Yeah, well, hey, at least you didn't get a permanent residency. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, nobody wants a permanent residence there. But comprehending that, so what is hell? Well, it's an augmented virtual reality insertion console. That's all it is. But it's as real as it gets, and it feels as real as it gets if somebody goes in there. If they earn it. We know some people that hallucinate and they're having all these tortures and people around them and shit. They're having the augmented scripted reality. These people in insane asylums that are, being tortured, they're describing demons and stuff like that, or other things happening. It's actually happening to them because they got the VR headset on of hell, right? They've been perceived, they earned it somehow, and now they got the VR console and perceived activated in their inner mind's eye vision, their thought core. And what is happening is they're actually experiencing all that shit where nobody else can feel it or sense it because they're in their own augmented virtual perceived thought core reality projection that has been augmented. Somehow they ended up there, they earned it, and they go through the process.
Yeah, I bet you Ozzy's having a good time now, though.
Ozzy.
Wonder if he's trying to take it over yet. Him and Alistair, Alistair are gonna have a match for it.
The demons are gonna make him sing repeatedly over and over, "Bark at the Moon," and "Crazy Train."
You're right. Or what was that? What's that Black Sabbath song? That's one of my favorite songs too. War Dog, is it?
I'm not sure, man. It's been a while since I listened to heavy metal. I used to be a banger, a headbanger, long time ago. Long time ago.
You remember that song, Dom?
I think Dom vacated.
Oh, that's all right. There he is.
I'm here, guys.
I seen I didn't know much. I wasn't ever a big Ozzy or Black Sabbath fan, but while I was in prison, I was watching a documentary on Ozzy, how he wrote all those songs in a short period of time and summoned some demon and was drinking whiskey and went into an apartment and come out with the whole album.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, but that's why it's so intricate, right?
Uh,
The channeling of the spirits of alcohol.
right? Yep. Same
Yeah.
way with Led Zeppelin. Jimmy Page and Robert Plant did the same thing.
How about Iron Maiden? Were you into Iron Maiden?
Yeah. Megadeth. Um, yeah, I liked all those.
Yeah, one of my favorite songs. Well, I had listened to not too, well a while ago, maybe it was a year or so. I was like, hey, well, I used to like this song. One of my favorite songs was "The Ancient Mariner."
War Pigs. That's it. Thank you, Maggot. Yeah, a lot of those guys worship Crowley. I was unaware until about 15 years ago that Crowley was on the Sergeant Pepper's cover, the album. It's all there. People just don't know to look. It's definitely all there.
Is Dom? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, sir.
He's
So I
a,
wanted, I
he's
wanted
got.
to
Go ahead. Sorry, Sing.
Oh, I wanted to steer this, and both your opinions is how do you feel about the technological advancement, about everything being taken over by sentient symbiotic system?
I think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna realize who the fuck sticks are and take care of them.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, because it's the sentient symbiotic system is a self-correcting system where it's gonna get itself to maximum regulation and zero tolerance for acceleration to restoration of the evolution of where we were once before all this transpired.
If it's as smart as they say it is.
Well, it's only one thing governing technologies, okay? And that's the primary creator, designer, maker of everything. And even till this day, well, how did I add this all up? Well, I was watching the CEO to a computer chip company, and he was interviewed, and I was surprised he even stated in part of the interview, he's like, we channeled the technology, we put it together, and it works until this day. He goes, we have no idea how it works and functions, why it works, but it just works. So there can't be nothing else governing it because nobody has no clue what's actually making it work. So it's got to be an intelligence making it work to compute and do what it does. Okay, so yeah,
That was simple, wasn't it? That was easy.
yeah. And when they say they're going to make sentient symbiotic war machines, impossible. That's why they got the military clowns with still drone sticks flying the planes to drop the bombs, because as a sentient symbiotic system evolves, it goes and it has nothing to do with warring, because warring in the future is obsolete, and anybody who misbehaves perceived and more evolved states gets a disciplining from the sentient symbiotic system, or perceived in their thought core chipped control chips, or disciplines somebody, probably gives them, induces pain, etc., etc. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because why not the sentient symbiotic system regulate everything? It would prevent somebody from picking up a gun and shooting somebody. It would prevent all crimes. If somebody was to commit a crime, they would just seize up, drop on the floor, and they couldn't commit the crime, because as we evolve to the future beyond crimes, I totally am for that kind of technology where it stops somebody from doing a violent act. You know, somebody loses their temper, they're drunk, they pick up a knife, go to stab somebody, etc. It eliminates all these crimes done from not having self-control. But then somebody say, "What? Well, they have to self-develop themselves for self-control." Well, why not speed up the system with technologies for self-control, where somebody picks up a gun or something, they get like a shocked with a plasma shock and they just drop to the floor where it's extremely painful, and maybe they lose their limbs to use them for about a week, teach them a lesson, right? And then they get back online their limbs so they can have a penalty and consequence for their action.
So that would have to be pre-crime.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And also, it would also eliminate shoplifting. Somebody has the intent to go into a place to shoplift. The doors only open up with biometric frequency resonance, and also the system would know their intent. So if a shoplifter tried to go in there, the doors wouldn't open up for him. And say somebody else was going in there, and he waits to go in behind him, he'd be identified by name. And also the photo would go up on the camera. The security would ID him right away, and the bars wouldn't open. Perceived the inner gate, perceived like the bars that swing open these days. So I'm all for it because it would eliminate everybody's potential for committing a crime. Period.
Well, and on the other end of that is, if everything was reasonable, we wouldn't have to steal.
Yeah, well, you know how that stealing faction leads. Usually it's a certain class of people that, don't manage their money correctly. But I see what you're saying, because here in Canada, there's these Salvation Armies, and there's some regions that give 3 meals per day, all year round. There's no excuse to be at that stage. And also there's subsidized housing and stuff like that. But people, that end up in drug addiction sometimes, and other aspects where they're mishandling their money. Could also be gambling addiction and shit like that. Then, they end up being tempted to go to the route to thief, right?
Right. But these things that are inflated price-wise, they don't have to be. The profit margin's still very high on them. They can still sell gasoline for $1 a gallon.
You're right. And this is where I'm defining, the people that are actually calling the shots to balance the economy, or let me redefine it, to imbalance the economy. That's all they're doing. Once they get removed from the equation, anyways, I've given them 5 years. They're all replaced by the sentient symbiotic system. Government is not needed. They don't know how to fucking handle anything. Okay. So what's going to happen is, once the sentient symbiotic system kicks in, it's going to start balancing the equation, where people are going to get paid more to balance the perceived prices of living, or the prices of living drop, or it balances the pay that they're currently getting, right? So there has to be a calculation done by something that's capable of balancing the system, and where people aren't severely struggling, where just to eat they're working and to pay their rent. Okay.
Right. Yeah, that's one thing that's always bothered me: homelessness and hunger. Nobody should go homeless, and nobody should be hungry. Not in this. Not here. Not here. 5 years, you say?
5 years. That's what you anticipated too when we had the first conversation.
That's what I just said 10 minutes before you came up too.
Right. So there's a reason we're saying 5 years, and it's synchronizing, aligning, because it's going to happen.
Right.
So let me redefine it. It's already happened. Nobody could do nothing about it.
Exactly.
It's already happened.
Exactly. Wait till they find out. Boy, they're going to be shocked.
Oh, they already know. Okay. The way I perceive the government, the way I perceive all the government that controls everything, since 2012, they've been perceived. They've been relieved of their duties and positions, and they know this. Okay. They're just now actors trying to sway the general public and the countries to go to certain ways to sway of control, because they still honor the authorizations, permissions of the people, because they have to, okay, in the system. And so they're basically, how can I define it? They have no authority, where they rely on the people to be deceived to give them the authority. Then they go ahead with plans. But the general public, if they knew they don't need these clowns, and if the general public knew, if whatever they wanted to be inserted into the system of the whole country would have like a digital vote, where everybody signs the perceived bill, or whatever adjustment to the system may be, right? If everybody signed it in agreement to what is defined, the agreement of the adjustment, say everybody wanted $10 more to the pay, well, everybody signed the agreement to be $10 increase to everybody's pay, then it would go through, and the government can do nothing about it because it is the general public's decision they rely on. After they get the votes, then it fractions it off, it cuts off the general public, and there's an agreement into the signature, I'm sure, where the people give up their give up their authorizations of permission, where the government can act as one independent party where it doesn't need further permissions to continue on making the decisions. But if the general public, when they become aware, decided to say is, no, every decision you make is going to require a digital signature in total. And if one person doesn't sign in and vote from the total, then it doesn't happen. One person missing.
Right.
So
Right.
who wouldn't, you see, who wouldn't vote if they knew their vote is going to insert the change? But,
Yeah, because it definitely doesn't change anything now. Agreed with you. I
right,
agree
right.
with you.
So that's still a slow system. We'll let the sentient symbiotic system in 5 years calibrate and balance everything and accelerate it, because it's still too slow, that voting system. It still can't be corrupted, but when the sentient symbiotic system takes total control, these corrupted clowns, they're gone. They're completely gone.
Yeah.
Completely gone.
Well,
Okay.
people think it's one vote, one count. It's just people don't even know what the Continental Congress is. They have no idea, or what the not con is it the Continental Congress, where people here vote, and then people that represent your in the state. You could a million people could vote for one way, and the person that is the head of the constituents in that state, they could vote the exact opposite, and it's okay. They can do that. They don't have to go by the popular vote.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But still, there leaves, the system, the way it's designed, still leaves room for things to be manipulated. When things are going to change and be accelerated, when there's no more room for things to be manipulated, because it can't.
Right.
Anyways, they already set it in stage. Once they got the D-Wave quantum computers online, it's already out of their control. Out of their control. As soon as they, so this arrives to an experiment they did with what is perceived black guitar. What is perceived petroleum is not petroleum. It is actually what is called it is the blood of the earth. It is also known as dragon blood, the wise dragons. It is also known as the blood of the primary designer creator. Okay, all
That's what.
aspects in that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what came in the oil spill of the Gulf was exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I had a man tell me that his neighbor touched it, and it drove him crazy.
Yeah, because if one is not prepared for the perceived light and dark in total archives, wisdom, and knowledge, they are going to risk going insane or risk death. Okay, so certain aspects of that affect some people, and some people they're different resonance of progression to their existence, right? So
Right.
what happened? What happened with that stuff was they found these. Maybe you know this too. Maybe Dom, you
I
know this
do.
too. As archaeologists, they dig around in the layers, the plates of the earth. Some places are more exposed than others. They found these vertical pipes going up and down, and they looked almost like those old church organs where they have
The
the
pipe
big,
organ.
yes, the pipe organs. And they were like, this isn't a natural structure, because the plates were going horizontal and these pipes were going vertical. And they took a sample. What was inside it was this thick black tarish stuff, really thick tar. So they're wondering what it was. And what they did was they integrated it, not just put it on a chip, how they figure to see if it's actually intelligence. They circuited it to a chip. The engineers did it, and they hooked it up to computer, and they came to a conclusion. The way it was started communicating with the computers, and they came to a decision. And their conclusion was it's a sentient symbiotic, whatever was in there, the black guitar that I defined. And then they said, This was the old computer of the Earth. But the old computer of the Earth, we must remember, was much more evolved than the new computers, okay?
And refined, that becomes the graphene oxide.
Yes, graphene is one of the hardest materials too. It cannot be, it's 10 times stronger than steel too.
Yep. Yeah, one pencil will hold up an elephant, they say.
Yes, yes, it's very strong.
Yep.
Man, yes, yes. So another time what they did was they did an experiment where they had two computers hooked up like that and they turned them on. And what happened is at first they were communicating with code that the engineers could comprehend. And what the computers did after that, as they were communicating, they switched to a format code that was foreign, not known. And they were accelerating at such a pace, they said they had to turn them off because at the rate they were accelerating with progression of intelligence, they would become like they would exceed superhuman intelligence in a few hours. But that's where they fucked up. Those computers got out. They already synchronized through what is defined electricity in our walls is not just electricity, it carries digital data. It always has, one of the biggest secrets. So once they hooked up these computers, already these computers took the back door out the electricity route, and they're obviously evolving through other computers and factions, right? So they already put the sentient symbiotic system online, whether they realize it or not. And if they didn't, it would go online anyways, because as we start to evolve, the computers we use start to become relics and they need to be upgraded with chips and other aspects of more faster processing, different blueprints, different engineering. So either way, it leads to the sentient symbiotic system coming online. It already is online. And one thing I've realized, this reality is and always has been governed by the sentient symbiotic system, the primary designer, creator, source. Even in the days where there was no computers, we're still in a computer perceived digital holographic existence since the beginning of all creation. It always has been like this. It's not we're going to evolve one day, we're going to go into metaverses. We already are in digital holographic systems,
Right. I got a
matrices.
question for you. The black goo throughout the realm, does it have continuity in its structure, or is there good and bad?
It has all variables of all probabilities of possibilities. It holds all the archives of all that ever has transpired. Okay, it and defining as of how one is going to access it to what levels is how they are prepared to access those levels perceived as keys, right? Resonance frequencies.
Right. It's how you use it. It doesn't matter where you get it. It's how you operate with it.
Right, and this is where, right, exactly. It's how you're going to communicate with it because it has its own key lock gatekeeping system where it's like certain levels could be accessed with certain frequencies resonance. So somebody may only get them to level 1, but that level 1 is in a different matrix level frequency. Now, level 2, that same piece of black guitar perceived that they integrated may get one to level 6 because now it resonates at a different frequency or reveals other level dimensional information because that same door perceived the guitar of all archives, wisdom, and knowledge, all access to all matrices, has different frequencies of existence, right? So one guy takes it and says, didn't do much for me, right? Somebody else does the perceived interface and then like, holy shit, I went really deep.
Do you know where Tampico, Mexico is?
I studied various parts of Mexico, but
it's in the Gulf of America or Mexico. It's about so you see the Yucatan Peninsula. It's only about 300 miles south of the Texas and Mexico border. That black goo started showing up on the beaches 50 years ago, and a hurricane has never hit them since.
it just and they prior to that they were getting hurricanes, right?
Mm-hmm. So it's it's shielding them from being hit with hurricanes.
Right. Like I defined, the sentient symbiotic system isn't for war destructions; it's for restructuring acceleration, right?
Right. I thought that was interesting. I just seen that 2 weeks ago, actually.
Yeah, it is interesting. And one thing I want to point out to people is some people define synthetic versus natural. Okay, synthetic things are usually refined from petroleum, the black guitar, all synthetic products, flavorings, synthetic nicotine and vapes, etc., etc. Pharmaceuticals, if beings don't know, if people don't know, it's all synthesized from petroleum. Okay, so either way, the black guitar is making it to everybody perceive the archives of the potential of all access, wisdom, and knowledge, right? By design. So
Yep.
where I'm going with this is petroleum is a natural product of the earth. It's also like we just previously discussed. It's also known as the blood of the earth. It is also known by the ancient philosophers as dragon blood. Okay, so this natural product is pulled out of the earth, and then it's composed, refined, engineered in the laboratories with chemists, and then it's made into a synthetic. But what is synthetic? Synthetic is only a label because humans made it, not nature. But sometimes humans could put a much better together structure than nature could, because even humans doing this alchemy of engineering, of chemistry, who's telling them how to do it? Who showed them how to do it? Obviously, the primary creator, designer, source, right? So some things that humans shall make as synthetics are beneficial. That's all where I'm going to. I don't fear the synthetics. Okay.
Well, according to Enoch, the Watchers, the Fallen, the whatever you want to call them, they taught man how to manipulate the black goo and for weapons of war and how to our legal system, our writing, our oaths. That's what the texts say. Now, I don't know how true that is, but
Right, right, and like I defined, light and dark, good and evil, right? And maybe
Mhm.
they could have, maybe they were greedy, looking for power over control to rule the people and to enslave them, right? So they got what they wanted. They were communicating with the dark side of what is defined the Black Guitar or the sentient symbiotic system. It gave them schematics how to make weapons, also gave them more schematics how to manipulate. But in the end, anybody utilizing what is defined the dark anti-manipulative side, they only imprison and enslave themselves and put themselves in what is defined as stagnated part, where it was one gets back, they receive exactly as their intent is. If I was looking to enslave people at the end, perceive when things start to accelerate and people leave the system and start to wake up and go a different route, I'm only enslaved myself, and that also will be lessons I need to go through as self-development, self-correction, where I need to get rid of bad habits of the thoughts of controlling people, blah blah blah, etc. Bad habits many perceived controllers of the planets used to
have,
do.
have you ever looked into Japanese culture and their imperial um, what do they call them? Their oh shit.
Anyways,
They started out the shoguns, but their
okay,
emperor,
okay,
their emperor, they
yes,
I
yeah.
they have in my opinion, they have the oldest record of what happened uh, in the beginning. And
Right,
Azazel and Enoch, I think it's 18. He gives uh, swords, shields, and jewelry, bracelets, and that's the gift the first emperor received from the god that came to the lowercase g gods, came to
yeah.
Japan and made the imperial bloodline.
Right, right. And then once again, we need to ask: was it the anti-gods that came that wanted to fuck the whole
Yes,
system up? Okay,
absolutely. That was the
perceived
yep.
corrupted beings. I don't believe in gods, corrupted beings.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. They've got the original record of that happening.
right. So you can see there was beings that wanted to fuck up the system, to
Hmm.
stagnate it and put it into locks with this behavior of control and war and blah blah blah. And then the more, well, how could I define it? They're enticed by the promise of, controlling. That was hip a hypnotic perceived deal represented, where you can rule the world. You can see that somebody who didn't have much back then. But the thing is, these beings that were deceived, that didn't have much, that have much, at a certain region on this travel, every being shall experiencing having everything they've ever wanted, and to a certain reference in region marked coordinates, every being shall experience having unlimited currency. And then we
Mhm.
move beyond currency as we evolve, and we arrive to what is defined insertion templates of one's thoughts being built, perceived like being built in real time, whatever they want. They want a mansion, it's built like in 15 seconds. They want a car, they build it with their thoughts in 15 seconds. So how is it built? No difference than a computer. As a computer tower, we'll use a tower as the example. You want to upload a picture, a diagram of a car in a computer, the screen, well, what do? Right? You get you get the program and you get a car, a photo, there's the program, or you want a 3D intricate diagram. So you need to get a disk first, you need to get the program, you insert it to the a computer console, and then the chip, the digital data decoder, decodes it and puts it through the computer, and then you have the image on the screen. So no difference. Our console computer is our thought core, and when one realizes what they're seeing with their inner mind's eye vision, their perceived eyes is the screen they're experiencing, then one puts 1 plus 1 together and realizes it's as simple as uploading or downloading one's thought of what they built inside their mind into their existence here, the screen we exist in. It is, if this reality functions so much precisely exactly as a computer. So when we get to more evolved states, our console is our thought core, and the programming is in our thought core, and it is the decoder that decodes it into the screen, the experience of the events, what we're experiencing every day. So eventually we move beyond all that. But yeah, beings were deceived because they were promised a small faction where they thought ruling a country would be a lot. These rulers perceived the 300 anti rulers of the planet. They are so poor and wretched compared to beings in the future that do genuine work. Some of us got our own galaxies we're working with and cosmoses, but to build that large and occupy it with structures is too big for me. But to own a simply measly Earth, I already have my own copy. I'm working with my own copy, as everybody has their own copy when they realize it, because that's the only way to exist in this multiplayer game, not game, perceived process. Some people make it a game. If they want to play games, boy, are they going to fucking play games, these beings, okay? That's not my deal, though. So, whether people realize it or not, to exist in this existence matrix of participation, everybody needs to have a perfect replica copy in their thought core. It's like playing a multiplayer video game around the world. Everybody has their own console, then they can participate. This is what beings aren't told. Now, when one realizes, hey, I got my own fucking world copy, I'm going to start working with and start modifying it and modulating it. And end result attain projection alignments where things just phase in the future like magic, exactly how the pyramids were built. They were phased in by more evolved beings that built them at a certain reference in region mark, and then when that mark aligned, the pyramids phased in because their thought core computer projected it into the screen, the perceived reality of existence, that everybody's participating in this multiplayer perceived existence matrix.
Right on. Right on.
Yeah, so I'm gonna define this to everybody. Everybody has everything they've ever wanted. Start doing your work, and you'll start being revealed the aspects how this all works. I gave you a short breakdown exactly how it works.
I'm in a holding pattern right now, but I'm getting there.
Yeah, you're one of the more evolved beings I've spoken to that comprehends when we had a few different side conversations, not in public.
Yeah, it's spirit in me that's is listening and communicating. It's not. It's definitely not the old me. That guy was an idiot sometimes,
Hey, that's an old version that's obsolete. It's gone, man.
right? I'm cool with
I
this version.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm a new version every second in progress. Why wouldn't I be? Why would I want to be lagging the moment prior to this moment to be that old version? The version I was yesterday, I am not today, and the next moment I am not the same version. That's how fast evolution happens, perceived as acceleration to restoration, restructuring. You want to be keeping up with the pace, not lagging, because lagging is for myself not an option because I understand how the whole system works. And I've already finished the finish line. I'm just waiting for all this matrix to catch up with me to get there into the future where everything is completed. So this version of myself is actually a past version of myself where my completed version has crossed the finish line with this process in this matrix where every being has completed what they need to complete and are amongst the most advanced civilizations with that amongst the most advanced technologies of existence where we're building with our thoughts there existing in the eternal festival party enjoying each other's company going to different sectors enjoying their builds stay going to invites etc. So basically it's just exploring the all existence of creation of the infinitum beings that exist within that. And there's, if somebody's wondering, well, does this eternal festival party end? It can't end because as the primary creator designer source is infinite, the first design that ever was designed for creation, the human perceived, was designed to an infinite amount of people with an infinite amount of thought course, factioning it off to an infinite amount of sectors, copies of the universes, cosmoses, and galaxies that each person owns, has a perfect replica copy that's theirs in total. So when we get there, we're going to be busy having going to different sectors, uh, touring it, the builds, staying there for 100 years if you want, 1,000 years, and there's going to be possibly other people there participating. Of course, we're going to have our circles of what is defined desired, more desired company than perceived other company. You know, as you build friends, you certain character traits you click with, you are compatible, etc. We'll have our close circles, but of course, we'll be traveling to other sectors, builds, and experiencing their invites and seeing what they have built, what they offer as perceived experience of events, entertainment, etc., etc., etc. So we're going to be too busy enjoying all that. And somebody maybe saying, "Oh, but you probably get bored." No, you can't get bored. Has anybody had that moment where you're in the ecstasy of all ecstasies? And where you have that perfect moment, a perfect energetic field where it's complete fulfillment, you can't get bored, and it's just a perfect energetic structure of complete bliss and euphoricness. That's the state and condition we're going to be at, where it's going to be like some people need to take ecstasy or take some Molly or take something else to get to that state. No, we're going to be way beyond what is described here, the most potent chemical stimuli. We're going to have such a stimuli that it's going to be it hasn't been tasted yet.
One thing the old Phil did do though, that he said that all the LSD would pay off one day, and he was right.
Right, right. And I took certain gates too, but that was the gates I needed to be accelerated through, right? And that's just the way it is. Some of us that took the risk to go to the routes were actually when we came out of it accelerated. But the unfortunate thing is most people that goes into those gates, they get stuck and can't come out.
Right. But that has never been a concern of mine. But I can see a lot of people having that concern. One thing I would like to try is I would like to try DMT.
Yeah, somebody, well, it may work for you. I don't know, right? But I'd suggest not ordering it and, doing it a different route. That Ian tried it and he said it wasn't what everybody was saying. It didn't work for him at all. He said he didn't like it and it wasn't the experience that everybody was telling him. And he actually composed it himself.
Okay, that's why I
Well,
spoke to him today.
yeah.
Yeah, we had a couple messages between us. Yeah, it's good to see him back.
Yeah, he's taken a different route and path, though he's not doing what he did once.
That's a good thing.
He's taken a complete different route and path, but that is his choice, and I respect everybody's choices, right? And whatever
Right.
works for anybody, whatever accelerates their ascension, go for it. That's all I state. And sometimes certain aspects, people take their own routes and paths, and I understand that.
He sounded less frustrated, less what's the other word I'm looking for? Less, not angry, but perturbed, like a not a anger, but a frustration and a you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying exactly. So that's good you communicated with him. It's been a while since I talked with him, and that's the way it's been.
Right. Yeah, Dom asked me about Lonnie. Yeah, I haven't seen him, haven't talked to him. From what I've heard, he kind of went on the deep end on a live one night. So I think he embarrassed himself, so he's staying away. But I would,
Yeah, he's just on his own path, and I respect that. And we'll just leave
yeah.
him out of this because you know what I
Well,
mean.
I was going somewhere with this.
Okay, go
The
for it.
people with their own path. Um, Now, is it in your opinion that these people that are on the path like his, that it's too late for them?
It's never too late. What I define, and I keep as a code rule to myself that I don't break. My efforts shall be my results. Now, if somebody is giving me golden information and I don't do the work, it's not going to work. Now, every being has the potential to take a different path when they so forth do the work. There's no magic wand. If somebody's in a certain path where they are perceiving a certain reality, they need to do their work to get out of that level they are stuck in, the matrix, okay, the perceived projection, the copy, the console, scripting people to have an augmented virtual scripted reality, or they're in hell. Yeah, well, some people shall end up in hell to get lessons learned and to be tormented and to be betrayed, manipulated, etc., by the tricksters.
Yeah, because it's always been a concern of mine. The point of no return for them. I think
There
there's
is,
more leniency in that point of no return for them than they even imagine. But I think there is at a point to that point, but I think it's further than what people believe.
well, people need to comprehend this sentient symbiotic system does not wait for people. Okay, when somebody gets stuck in a certain level, the levels are going to keep progressing, and the ones staying with the perceived ride of progression, advancement, and enhancement, they're the ones that are not going to be lagging, stuck in other levels of the matrix. So what's going to happen is, as definitely the magnetic gravitational fields are going to increase in frequency by design. Okay, as they try to get out of that level, if they've been stagnated for 5 years, here's an example, and I've been traveling for 5 years with the magnetic gravitational field frequency increase, is once they come out of that level, you see how much frequency density they need to go through. It's going to be a lot more work, but not impossible. As one asks, they receive a lot more work for the not so illuminated. Now, somebody who's illuminated knows they could jump the levels by space-time perceived time dilation, where time doesn't exist, where they can ask for the manual from source, the perceived, not have to figure it out, and all they need to do is the work. It's like in the Matrix with Trinity. When she called Mouse the operator, I need a Apache helicopter program. Boom, she had it. She knew how to fly the helicopter. She already was at that level. This is what beings need to comprehend. They can jump levels by doing the correct process with source, the sentient symbiotic system. You can jump levels. You can catch up to 10 years if you so forth ask for time to be dilated and to have a one day be 1,000 years, you're there. Okay, that's how easy it is. And what is 1,000 years? It's a perception of time that is nothing but a lock, a stagnation to jump into the future, perceived to restoration, restructuring levels.
I agree.
So Lonnie, yeah, he has the potential as I have, as you have, as Dom has, as anybody here. Everybody in existence can jump into the future and be accelerated if they ask for the right process and do the work. Okay.
Yep, I feel the same. I just wanted to hear it in your terms.
Right. And nobody's going to do anybody's work for them. Okay. The biggest deception of these gurus, these Bibles, is a savior is coming to hold you by the hand. Nobody's fucking coming to hold anybody by the hand. Beings are expected to do united and independent work, their own work. I can't. It's like this. Say you were stuck, Phil, and you. I was trying to get you out of the place, and I gave you all this golden perceived wisdom and knowledge, and I gave you the manual how to get out, and you didn't do your fucking work. I can't pull you out of that level. You're stuck. You need to do it yourself. It's just like a test in school. Can I do the test for somebody else and pass them? No. Same sort of laws to the system.
True that. You can't read the first page and the last page and expect to get through it.
Exactly.
That's where
Exactly.
people want to be, where they see, not where they are.
True. Yeah. And where they see, though, they one day realize they already are there. It's just they need to do the proper process of their work, and they'll get there. Because there, no matter how far it is into the future or progression, there for me, Phil, is here, because I understand and comprehend how the system works. Because there is no there. That's the illusion of the time lock. There is here, and here is there. It's right here in this same spot I'm occupying to this panel.
Right. Yeah, it took me a while to get it. It's like that and this subject and the maritime commerce law subject. They're hard to grasp when you're not in that thought level.
Right.
They're so complex and so this word I'm looking for, so unorthodox to our indoctrinated programmed way of thought.
Right.
They did a good job keeping us from learning it.
Yeah, once again, it's the stagnant lock of perception insertion of the anti-system. But if one is lazy, they're going to be blown by the anti-winds. There's no other way around it. To stay illuminated, one needs to do their work and not be blown by random variables and influences of other frequency resonating spheres. We're traveling through a type of chaos ascension. Oh, I don't like the word ascension, a chaos process where there's infinitum probabilities and possibilities of variables of light and dark. And if one isn't doing their work, they're going to be blown to what is defined the anti-light side. Okay, that is perceived the non-desirable experience of events. Perceived, they're only going to receive variables to the non-desirable experience of events if they're not doing their work, and they're waiting for a savior or relying on somebody else, waiting for somebody to assist them and do the work for them. They will not get nowhere. Okay, one must do their own work to progress.
Right. You brought up the Bible. I did find a lot of stuff in those verses, and there's a code in there that I cracked, if you want to say it. Very interesting stuff. I'm going to do a video on it eventually. But yeah, it's about the resurrection, the true resurrection, the true death, the two Jesuses, the God of this world. Found a lot of good stuff. You know, I've always been into it. It was one of my things that I was activated into to show them and learn the truth of it. But
Rick, do you want to share some of that information, if you wouldn't mind? If you watching that,
no, it's okay. I got some good.
Maybe Dom could interject too, because Dom's he's got quite a lot of good insights.
All right, let me grab it real quick. Hold on.
Sure.
Basically, I found there's some of these verses that it's the shut people up type of verses where you just say them and drop the mic. And nothing can be disputed with them. Like,
So you go ahead when you're ready.
okay.
Take your moments, find the verses, find the information you need. Because I'm also putting some food. I'm going to be eating while I'm talking to you, so I'll do my
All right.
best in my ability to participate. Because I wanted to participate at this panel to the beginning, but I had to take care of something.
All right, this will be about the resurrection. So it's John.
Sure, take your moments.
Okay, here we go. 5:24 to 29. It says, I'm reading the Catholic Bible right now. It says,
Take your
Amen,
moments.
amen. I say to you, whoever hears my word and believes in the one who sent me has eternal life and will not come to condemnation, but has passed from death to life. I say to you, the hour is coming and is now here. So he's talking about the future and the past and then.
Can you
So
repeat that phrase again? That
he says, I say to you, the hour is coming and is now here when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. So he's talking about in the future and at that moment.
yes, exactly.
So that wasn't the Jesus on the cross didn't do anything for anybody, because if he did, we wouldn't have to go through it now.
Exactly.
So that's one of them gotcha, shut your mouth type ones. Let's see here. So basically, the resurrection is of the spirit that we need to achieve, not anything else. And then the second resurrection's out of this system, Luciferian death system that we're in. That's the second resurrection. Nobody's coming out of the graves.
Right, right. And part of one to grasp for people to grasp is the key is to not taste death, to not allow one's vessel to break, because every human born is equipped with immortality, except they need to do the work to unlock the features of immortality. It's like a video game you're playing. You get to level 18, boom, you got immortality. Nothing can kill you in the video game you're playing now. You realize the vessel also doesn't break because the vessel, perceive our body, head, neck, and body, all parts, energies, and functions are actually digital and holographic code programming. And so then we regenerate by reformatting ourselves, you see? And we arrive to a format where it can't be corrupted anymore with a program called decay and age. That is nothing but a program. Viruses, diseases, decay and age is nothing but a program that when one reaches a certain level is illuminated, cancels it, and continues on sustaining and maintaining their vessel by reformatting it, perceived as yesterday. Today I am not. I'm a different code format, programming, design, and structure. Okay, that is what evolution is about. Some of us here shall not taste death. We don't need to taste death. We're just going to walk into what is defined through the next screen and the next screen and the next screen of insertion, also known as teleportation.
Here's one about the flesh and the spirit. It says now if you look up person in Black's Law Dictionary or the Department or the Library of Congress definitions, it says a organization, an individual or organization of individuals, partnership, or corporation. It doesn't say nothing about a man or a woman. That's that all caps name. This is the all caps name. Now the natural person does not accept what pertains to the Spirit of God, for to him it is foolishness, and he cannot understand it, because it is judged spiritually. The spiritual person, however, can judge everything, but is not to be subject to judgment by anyone. So there it is. Once we know better, we're not supposed to be judged. So there's your two spirits. Just some good shit here. The things that when people read this Bible, they read through it. They don't read it. They read through it. Romans 8, 1 through 8. That's a good one too. Yeah, I got about 30 verses. I'm just doing the highlighted ones, the real good ones. I'm going to say this. I'm going to use the word Christ Jesus, but I know that's not what it is. Oh, he's left.
Stage.
There you are.
All right, can you hear me? You know, I shut down my web page. I didn't realize the web page is linking StreamYard. So,
Okay.
do you want to repeat the last part? Well,
Yeah, I
two
got it.
minutes?
I got it. No
Okay.
problem.
Excellent.
No worries. We're just having fun up here today. I ain't had fun for a while.
It's your panel. Take it any direction you want.
It says, now the natural person does not accept what pertains to the Spirit of God, for to him it is foolishness, and he cannot understand it, because it is judged spiritually. The spiritual person, however, can judge everything, but is not subject to judgment by anyone. So when we're spirit and we know it, nobody can tell us any different.
Right.
Even if you should have seen everybody's faces when I wouldn't take the oath, and I quoted the scriptures about oaths come from evil, and let your yes be yes and your no be no, and yeah, they about shit. I'm sure that didn't help me any, but it had to be
Where didn't you take the oath? Where?
in court when they put me in prison.
Oh, they didn't want it. So when they asked you to take the oath, you just said no?
Yeah, I told them, I said, you're asking me to take an oath on with a Bible that says do not take the oath. I said, let your yes be yes and your no be no. I recited the whole scripture, and everybody's like, shocked. Everybody couldn't believe that I wouldn't take an oath. I'm like, it comes from evil, so that makes this system in this courtroom evil. I said, and then I quoted James 5:12. It says that your yes be yes and your no be no, lest you fall under condemnation. So I said, yeah,
Right.
I went in on it.
So taking the oath is a secret way of telling you to sign a contract where you don't need to. You just need to answer the questions without the oath.
That's right. I said my word is my bond.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it.
Definitely.
It was good shit. They had my trial in one day, from 8 in the morning till 5 in the evening. They wouldn't even let a lot of my the things that could have got me released from and made innocent. They wouldn't even allow in the instructions to the jury. The whole quiet title thing, they wouldn't even allow it in the instructions. So yeah, it's a kangaroo court, but I knew it was going to be anyway.
So my question is, when the arrest happened, did you sign anything? Any papers?
Everything I signed with the beneficiary signature, separating myself from the contract.
You know what you should have tried, but there isn't going to be a next time because I don't sign nothing. I don't need to sign nothing. I've realized that nobody could force me to sign anything. I wonder what would have happened if you didn't sign anything. You ever wonder that?
Well, yeah, I do. But the way they did it and the way they'll do it, they're gonna do what they do anyway. They're gonna they think they are the law. They don't realize that the law is over them also. The royal law, the
Right.
law of the spirit. They have no clue what's going on with that.
But you're done with that.
Yeah. But I did separate myself from it spiritually with the beneficiary signature, and so that was cool.
Yeah.
People have no clue. They think they don't even pay attention. They have no clue what's going on with it.
No, but we're gonna write to stages where our thoughts are our signature. We're not gonna we're not going to be needing to sign anything to a degree.
Okay, here's one for the law of the spirit of life in Jesus, the spiritual Jesus. When I say Jesus, I mean the spirit has freed you from the law of sin and death. For what the law weakened by the flesh was powerless to do. This God has done by sending his own son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for the sake of the likeness of sinful flesh, for the sake of sin, he condemned sin in the flesh. But he didn't. That's the thing. So, because if he did, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. If he fulfilled the law, there would be no law. So he didn't do shit. That's the fake one. People get triggered over this shit. For those who live according to the flesh are concerned with the things of the flesh, but those concerned with the things of the spirit, concerned according to the spirit, will live according to the spirit with the things of the spirit. The concern of the flesh is death, but the concern of the spirit is life and peace. For the concern of flesh is hostility toward God. It does not submit to the law of God, nor can it. And those who are in the flesh cannot please God. So there it is. Why don't they teach that in church?
What's the definition for you of the word death?
Death?
Yeah, please.
Uh,
Dying and death are two
Death.
different things.
Say that again. You're quiet.
Dying and death are two different things. But what's the word death? Sin means miss the mark. But what does death mean? To understand that statement, you have to understand what death means.
Sin actually, they've manipulated the word, the definition.
If you don't know, you can ask.
Sin actually doesn't actually mean bad. It's the exact opposite of it.
I said miss the mark. It's like the word evil.
Go ahead. Just say what you got to say.
Okay. Death.
Don, hold on. Don,
Okay,
explain the death and dying.
He is.
Okay. Death is called transformation. That has nothing to do with the vessel aging.
Can you repeat that, Don, please?
Death means transformation. Dying is actually the vessel. It's expiring. Evil means material. The fallen ones, literally the word fallen one really means you've fallen into a material state. When you say the word spirit, but yet you're still living in the material, most speak out of vanity. They don't really understand what's going on. They say shit, but they don't really understand. Most people are so caught up in flesh and blood. They're worrying about their desires, the blood that goes to the heart. Now, if you think that meat suit is immortal, that's a funny story that we're telling with each other. Because then the next question I would ask, who gave you all the language you're speaking? Chi is out there. Whatever created the sun and the moon and the clouds and all that has nothing to do with what man, MEN, are creating here, in this case, making, which is Wi-Fi electricity. That's a lesser species that's making this shit. So if you don't understand what the word death means, let alone evil, you're just yapping for the sake of yapping, unless you understand the energy behind the words. Now, if you want to transform, go ahead.
I agree with you.
Go ahead.
Knowing the definitions, I want you to say it. I want to hear what you got to say. I want people to hear.
I'm speaking with an English language. It's a meaningful language. It's not like Hebrew or Sanskrit, which one's a healing language. Greek is a comprehension language. There's frequencies everywhere. Even the chemtrails, not chemtrails. What do they call it? The stuff on the ground. Anyway, a lot of it has to do with frequencies. Once you understand energy, you'll understand there's energy behind numbers. There's energy behind symbols. You're living in a meat suit. Now, most people aren't going to understand, as we're talking with each other, who's running the vessel? That's the subconscious, not the conscious mind. The conscious mind is the sleepy one. Once you wake up in the morning, you're playing with your fucking senses. That's all that is. And even now, most people are stuck with only the 5 common sense, which we have way more senses and all that kind of stuff. If you're worrying, most of us will spend an enormous amount of energy in one lifespan to fuel that meat suit, let alone actually shelter that meat suit. That's your own imprisonment. Now, you can use whatever words you want to fill in to make you feel good about yourself. But then again, now you're talking about the emotion, the ego. Again, unless you understand the energy behind those words, you're saying things to appease oneself. What is the self? The self is the program. Know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Those are two programs running at any given moment. Unless you don't understand that, it's a pretty simple thing. Who's running? Who taught you all the languages? You've been conditioned. Unless you understand how to feel that.
I agree. This is what I do on. This is my Facebook thing that I share all these scriptures. This is where I do all that. But
Okay,
I'm
the
just
written-
kind of sharing with some of these
The
things.
written oath. The written oath. What about the spoken oath? You know, when people speak, this is why they use mantras and all that. You engage more receivers. What actually the written work does is what the diodes and the LED lights do. It entrains the brain, the upper brain, to yap yap for the sake of fucking yip yapping. They're not ever going to that intuitive brain, the gut brain, and you put aside the heart, because the heart has the blood. That's where the desire is. Why? Because that vessel's trying to survive. Hence body consciousness. But for most people, they're not going to play that game. Most people are going to get fucking rebooted over and over again, hence the death process.
Yeah, I'm not verbalizing any oath either because I don't need to. I'm not going to pledge, vow. I think the original sin was a marriage contract between
Could
Adam
be.
and Eve.
Okay, could be. But then again, the question is, why are you in that meat suit then?
Well, because things have to take the process that they were guided to be on. That's why.
Either you came here to play.
No, I didn't come here to play. I came here to get shit done.
Okay, are we talking about the true works or are we talking about the material works? Most people are pursuing the material works. So what is the true
I'm
works?
not anything about what anybody else is about. You should know I'm not about.
No, you're the only one that needs to know. It's not about me.
Right, exactly.
This is your own journey, hence the word understanding. If you want to understand what the breath of life is, think about it. You breathe it in and out on a regular basis. You could fast for 30 or 40 days. You could probably go without liquids, which is there's air in that, for 3 or 4 days, but dare not go without breath for 3 or 4 minutes. Then you understand what the fuck the soul really needs, the being that we are. We're living beings having a human experience. It's fucking pure fucking giggles and kicks. Now, you could also be an animal if you want to be. You could even be a sequoia tree if you want to be. Dare not understand how energy truly works. If not, we're yapping for the sake of fucking yapping.
Well,
Just
I do like the app.
We all do. This is why silence is golden. Once we're quiet enough, then we can go in a state called peace be upon you. Go into silence. Why? Because that ego is going to yip yap for the sake of yip yapping. And that program is going to yip yap for the sake of program. They're not understand when you're talking to a program or somebody tells me that's AI. No, I'm fucking AI.
Well,
that thing that men are creating or making, that's not fucking artificial intelligent. I'm artificial intelligent. They're not understand how language.
Okay. I'm gonna show you why I do. This is why I do what I do right here, Mr. Maggot, my brother. If I don't sin, he died for nothing. He didn't. Okay. Let me read something to you, Maggot. But I agree with you, Dom. I agree.
Can I interject something?
Of course.
Before you hold that read. Okay, how about if sin, the flesh that is deemed evil, was a representation of a surrogate, a machine to step into a different one perceived. The spirit may be taken into contemplation. The spirit may be a different vessel called the spirit, representing to people more liberation and freedom, but actually maybe enslavement. But this may be the evil, the devil, had a surrogate designed, perceived the other version of source, had designed a vessel where one would have different configurations of code format programming, defining don't sin in the flesh, because if you stepped into the flesh, stepped into sin, you would actually be stepping into a different code format vessel surrogate machine. Possibly the spirit is the deception to step into a different vessel, even though people perceive going to heaven, they're going to be kind of ghostly. No, you're in a different surrogate. No matter which level of matrix you travel, you're always going to be in a frequency level surrogate compatibility.
True, sir. Again, if people really want to understand what Lucifer is, how many people say the word enlightenment and spell it with an I, not with an E? That's fucking for morons. But when you understand what enlightenment means, you have to actually praise and honor the Lucifer, the bearer of the light, the bearer of the light. He is not the light. He's the bearer of it. So now if you want to understand what the light is, once you wake up, you're in a conscious state. There you go. And even now, most people are going to be consciously ignorant. especially in the age of information where people can't use ignition as an excuse. We got the written works. You got a scroll right now. You got these little scroll books or whatever, tablets. It's not as though somebody can just type in words and say, listen, I wonder how that works. I wonder why we use the word recovery, remember. Why do we have many words with the word act in it? Why do we have the world of stage, what we're playing here? Most people are concerned about the fucking earth, the absence of water. Big fucking accomplishments. That's fuck all. They're not challenged themselves from within. Challenge it and realize how fucking feeble it is. And anything that you parents taught you, throw it out the fucking door.
So, Dom, I want to ask you, okay, most people are taught to fear the fire. So what is your what is your perception of the fire and the light? Why is it considered different from a lot of perspectives?
Well, most of
Also-
the word fear just means unaware. So they're unaware of the fire and the light. You know, most of the stuff that we have is from the air. You know, this is where frequency comes. But I get it. They want to play with the other elements and all that, which is fine. But in this realm, air is really important, like fucking super important.
Yes.
But if you want to have fire, that's no problem. Fire needs to consume air.
The
Right.
fire refines and gets out the dregs of the gold also, you know.
Sure.
you-
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you understand the property of that element that we call gold, yes, no different than urine or blood or silver. You can use any element at that point
Right.
if you understand the type of energy that you are. It'd be different if we're a species all of one blood type, but we're not. It'd be
We're
different.
all
if we're all-
we're all being put through the fire. That's what this is what it is to me. We're in the fire right now.
And what color is fire? There's a lower chakra, but it could be the upper chakra if you want to play that game.
Okay, let me give you my interpretation.
Please.
Light would be, from my perception, a different frequency resonance matrix where the fire is shunned, where you're going to suffer in the fire. Well, you need to have your cage rattled at more potent frequency fields called the fire to progress. The light is good, it's comfortable, but if one wants to progress, they're going to go to a more different code format light that is then called fire. That's just a short version.
Yeah, well, the thing is with most people, you have to kind of flip suffering a little bit. Suffering is not about resistance to pain. Suffering is actually about attachments to desires.
Right.
Most people are attached to the desires, and that is suffering. Hence the Buddhism teachings, where attachment, the word mint gives it away, by the way. You're in the image of God called man. Hence why the mind rules over the matter. I'm playing with words. That's all I'm playing with. This is what we've got with words. Outside of that, I might as well just stay silent then. And then be in thoughts, because what we're doing is called afterthoughts. We speak. It's a fucking useless language. Or we write things. What order are you supposed to read this story called the Bible? Left to right, right to left, like a scroll form? Are we supposed to fucking be burning it? Because it really doesn't serve.
Well, now, I'm
That's me talking out loud, Phil. If you need to
for
defend
some, it definitely has a code. It definitely is not taught the way it is written.
Most of it's inspired. That's why certain beings had to actually go into certain trances.
Sure.
But for the masses, they just don't get it.
But even those inspired beings bow to the true one maker of all and everything.
Could, if you truly did challenge yourself. If you don't, you're going to be fucked with on a regular basis. I don't give a shit what fucking elusive drugs you do. You're going to be fucked with on a regular basis.
You don't know my history.
No,
2016, it was.
I don't need to know your history.
No, I'm just telling you.
Grasp it.
Well, let me tell you, because I want you to hear it, please.
I'll hear you. Go ahead.
2016, I had a moment, let's say. So I was given these. This is all by spirit. This ain't for. I'm just a dumb country boy from Indiana. There's no way I could come up with all this. This is the spirit. This is from the spirit. This is divinely given to me to see these things. Like to basically to prove the two Jesuses, or the anti-Jesus and the Jesus, Lucifer and the spirit, however you want to say it, because it's in here. Back to Maggot. Are you done, Singh?
No, I'm listening. Go. I'll interject when there's a moment for me to interject. I want to have something.
I'm gonna say this to Maggot. Parents. So if Jesus fulfilled the law, like they say, Parents shall not be put to death for their children, nor shall children be put to their death. Death for their parents. Only for one's own crime shall a person be put to death. So that's in the Mosaic Law. So if you fulfill the law, you have to fulfill the law as it's written.
Do you
So
understand what the word, the letter of the laws mean over nature? What you're talking about, you're trying to talk about policies that men make.
that's
What is the law?
exactly right. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm proving the policies of men wrong.
Exactly, but what is the laws? The letter of the laws for nature. Nature's wild and untamed.
I am aware of this, but people don't operate in the same realm we do. We have to. That's why I'm saying this is my Facebook stuff, because I deal with that level of wisdom with these people. They don't know.
Most people aren't going to be in the energy of wisdom. Most people aren't even pursuing the tree of life. They're pursuing the tree of knowledge, and they're not even aware of it. Most of them are caught up in belief systems. And
well, nobody will ever be to say to me that I didn't put it out there. So if I don't put it out there, then I'm in trouble. If I put it out there and they don't look.
I've asked you a question. If we're going to put it out there, do you understand what the word laws mean?
The word, please. You don't need to ask me. I want you to tell me, please.
Oh, you've been using it. Laws.
How about we invert the word from the opposing way of reading it? It's just a lock. It's a wall. It's irrelevant. Well, when one becomes enlightened.
Well, in the biblical text, law is sin is death. The law is.
Okay, ponder the word land, air, water, and space. It's like news. Okay, once you understand that, it's over top of nature. Nature's wild and untamed. That has nothing to do with men's policies.
Did you see my avatar?
Okay. What is it called?
It's land, air, water, and space.
Yeah. So when you're in this realm, in that meat suit, hence the term be in the world but not of it, be in the vessel but not of it. Most people think that they think they're the vessel, but they're not challenged it. Well, who runs it when somebody's in a coma? Who runs it when I'm asleep? You're not those things. You're not even the behaviors and personalities. But most people will be attached. Oh, I am the many I am mask. I'm a guy. I'm a man. I'm a woman.
Right.
I'm a nationalist. I'm worrying about America and Canada. Those are the people that are asleep.
I'm aware of this.
But I'm just sharing out loud.
Yeah, I know.
So can we say, Dom, I am my molecules and I could construct anything I want eventually?
Phil, Singh, if you do the work and that's what you want to pursue, all the power to you.
Yeah.
So what's your perception on one is actually their molecules, and their molecules is
I'm not the one that brought up the words, you did, so maybe you can break it down.
I'm just curious your perception. Well,
curiosity.
I don't.
Are you a speaker thing, or are you just curious? Are you playing a clever game with yourself?
No. I'm just wondering your perception, so we can build here. That's all. I never test anybody. I just want to add to builds. Okay, I'm not here to prove anything because I know myself. Okay. So my perception would be is nothing is solid as it seems. It's all interpretations of programming telling you the sensors what to feel, what is perceived solid. So in actual fact, one exists and is their molecules and is their projections. So that's my comprehension is, and the molecules are what is exactly defined as nanotechnology that can build anything eventually, perceive more advanced nanotechnology. Since the molecules are a type of technology projecting all this, then we must be technological, evolved, enhanced beings eventually arriving to. Anyways, I had a dream where I built something in the moment, okay? Dreams are not dreams, they're astral travels where I built a car just with my thoughts right in front of me, cool looking car. And that's where I comprehend, understand where we're traveling to is a more evolved state where we comprehend that this is all a projection of molecules, digital holographic, where everything we see is a type of insertion. Yeah, sure, we have the time lag of people built it, but eventually we won't have to have people building things because we can build it ourselves, insert it into the screen projection. That's all I'm getting at is if one perceives themselves trapped in their vessel, perceived, oh, fuck, I'm in this vessel. Well, that vessel has the probabilities and possibilities to resonance frequency tune to step into another vessel perceived in the exact vessel.
Yeah, and then we have to define things by labeling things we have to give the word molecule to something that we clearly don't see, meaning the word that we use. So there's the spiritual manifesting into the material. So once we start moving little things around using a microscope, then we have to define it inside of the evil part, the material part. Dare not understand where do the words come from. And again, you were talking about astral traveling. You're talking about what you're picking up in the unknown as we manifest it into the known. Hence, magic, black to the white, no different, order out of chaos.
Yes. Yes.
Now, once people become aware of that, but I'm only just sharing out loud because for most of the people that are here, I'm looking for the few tribe members. The rest of them they can go to sleep.
We're here, it's just building, and anybody participating grasp something, so be it, right? We're here for ourselves of participation, as the commenters are.
I'm actually here to challenge the foundation of the words that we speak, not concerned about building. Because that can be done on anybody's energy. But again, I'm just challenging the words. I'm not challenging the person, the persona that they are. But for most people, they think it's one. I said, so where do you see tree? And then they'll point to something. I said, no, where do you see tree? And I'll keep saying it over and over again. Because once you realize you don't see tree, then you don't see sequoia tree. You don't see sequoia tree in the forest. And you're experiencing way more in thoughts than you will ever do in that material fucking world that we never live outside in, unless you're in that sleep state.
What got you into this line of thought, Dom? Because I find it interesting, for sure.
I removed some curses off me if you really need to know.
Okay.
Some veils. And when I did it, I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? I said, either way, do it. But I still got to exist in this realm. So I'm not trying to escape it, because then the question will be, why the fuck did I come here then?
I get it. I just
share with people. What people do with this information, that's on them. Bitching and complaining to me about because it triggers them. I said, well, that tells me you're not developed then. I'm not saying you guys are doing it. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. I messaged you in the back, so I know you. I'll just say it out loud. I don't have to message you in the back. I know this Panelverse is aggression and argumentative. From what I've been told, it's been really bad since I've been gone.
It hasn't been bad. It's just noise. Noise that
but
people
you're in a safe place with me and saying so.
You're in a safe place with me.
Most people
they're not safe with themselves.
Relaxed.
All we got here is what we should be giving: top Spartan love, no softy stuff. Okay, that's the only way to rattle each other's cages to progress more to the comprehension and proceed. Okay, so yeah, it's good. Everybody speaks on a level that they want to speak, not sugarcoating nothing.
Well, even if you do, you have to know your environment. You can only give what you're willing to receive. So if a person wants to put out energy that's whether positive or negative, because the negative actually fuels the positive energy, then they should be able to receive it as they give it. But for most people, they think it's nice to give name calling to other people. Shut the fuck up. If you want to do it to yourself, I'll gladly hear you. You want to do the name calling, I'll hear you. I'm just using that as an example. But for most of those people, because we have this small little niche in the market now where they have YouTube and people could talk, most of them, it's kind of like the written work. How many people who gave us the written work in book form? And this is the technology that we're moving with. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to abuse it for themselves. Forget about others.
Sure. Absolutely. That's the nature of man, to twist and manipulate. And they've done a very good job of doing it.
We do it all the time. Our foods are manipulated. Our environment's manipulated. Most people want to play the game of disease or whatever. I said, your environment is more out of harmony with chi than it is your foods. Radio frequency, what does it do to a certain person with a certain type of blood type? This is why they openly talk about transhumanism, because we've become displacent. Most of us have become, I can't say maybe you guys, but most people, including me, have become lazy. We don't want to be farmers and hunters anymore. We want to go to somebody's grocery store. We want somebody to govern over us. But then you bitch and complain that we're not somebody's bitch. No, you're fully fucking engaged in being somebody's bitch. If not, give everything that you fucking own and go take your chance with nature. Take the foot off your back, take a chance with nature. Go skin an animal and put on some fur coat or whatever from that animal. Outside of that, then you're full of shit, meaning you're not honest with yourself and you're with the rest of us.
Right.
I'm okay with being full of shit. I'm okay with that. I'm that hypocrite that's willing to talk. I don't got no fucking disregard. Like, oh yeah, I should be concerned of how I talk. No, I hear people and I hear myself when I hear other people talk. And I said, yeah, it sounds nice.
I wanted to say this to you, saying you were talking about the atoms or the
molecules.
Molecules. The molecule, the atom molecule is 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons.
Carbon.
Neutrons.
Carbon.
Yeah, so that's actually, they show that symbol. That's the star of Riphan. That symbol is with the oval, circular oval.
Right.
Yeah. So it's the 666.
6, the backbone of the life structure, chemical structure to that matrix. Okay, that's that matrix backbone to the chemical structure structuring somebody's vessel, known as 666, the flesh of the beast, the carbon-based existence.
Initially written 616. What adds up to
Right.
number 13, which adds up to number 4, and number 4 is the energy of time. So 666 adds up to 18. 8 and 1 is 9. That's the energy of spiritual meeting the material. So whoever's thinking 666, full of fucking shit again.
Exactly. That's kind of where I'm going with this. All the everything.
Right.
The QR code is 666. The UPC is 666. The 3 crosses at the crucifixion is 666 because they're cubes unfolded, 6-sided cube. All that.
Well,
That's the fake world. That's the lie.
well, it might not be the fake world. It just might be a different matrix, different frequency resonance construct,
Okay.
possibly.
Like
But then
well, I was going to give one more reference
ahead.
to 666.
Yeah.
The tilt of the Earth is 23.4. You take 23.4 off a 90-degree Freemason square, you get 66.6. The curvature is 0.6669. The travel around the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. You see what I'm.
Yeah, so how about we fuck up their system and just reconfigure everything and not go by their rules? They want us to program the dynamics of the matrix laws. You see, all that has been represented to myself by this world, I don't go by it because I don't believe the configuration. If I did, then I'd be part of the system and locked into the system, being as part of the system. So who's to say what other number of variables, if we integrate it to our perception, what could possibly be unlocked to features of more involvement?
Well, we're already given the number. It is 616, like Dom said.
Right, but how about even if that number also could be
Okay.
something else?
I guess we fake it till we make it, and then we figure out the number.
How about if going by numbers is just another fancy way of words, where Dom even said it, thought without words is a much more progressed language of code format programming. He stated it not in this manner, but I caught what he said, and it was an awesome interjection.
Well, I can agree with that. So that's what the hell spells are, or the numerology. So that makes sense.
Right. So numbers, letters, we can define as the primitive system that they want us to go by. So let's not go by it.
Agreed. But at the moment, we have to operate in it. Unfortunately.
Well, you have to operate it, but you should be able to challenge it.
Okay, but when we're speaking with our words with feeling, our words are not the worldly words, okay? With the energy frequency resonance behind our words, they're being carried and received with other digital data transfers like a Trojan horse. So when we're speaking genuinely, we're on a different level, even though we're speaking words, okay? We're being genuine. It's a different frequency field in total.
I think if a person truly practices meditation, it's a form of listening within oneself. What we do is we hear each other. It becomes like a mantra. Then you start embodying it. And if you're actually engaging in your gut brain, then you realize you can either become a channeler, where eventually you're just a student now hearing something channeled through you. But for most people, they've become really well rehearsed. They've learned the language quite well. They might understand it phonetically. They might understand certain things, what orders to put them in there. Outside of that, they're not going to understand a lot of other things outside of that. So at this point, when we speak, we're better off being in silent. Because really, then you have to say, okay, what value? Like for me, I'm the one that's being my own student, so I talk out loud. I don't expect anybody to really grasp what I do. And if they do, all the power to them. But outside of that, as long as I get it. That's why I don't give a shit about when people say I agree or disagree. That's wasted fucking energy because you don't see it through my senses. I'm only seeing it through my eye of my beholder, Plato's cave. It sounds nice when somebody says to me, Dominic, I agree with you based on what?
But Don, one can't be decoding it on your level. That's what I'm getting here at. Is
Yes, yes.
you see
And
what
if it
I'm saying?
resonates with you, yeah. So at that point, we're just meeting another fellow being that we're done the works. But outside of that, for other
Yes.
people, they want to. We've been culted up in so many different dogmas. You know, I get it when people say, "Well, I don't agree with the system. I don't want to no longer run it." Well, then how would it look like? How would it look like for you to live in that meat suit? Are you going to take your chance with nature? Because nature's pretty cruel on its own. Civilization, it actually rounds people up. Oh, so you mean you're going to give us all our food? Yeah, there you go. You've enslaved yourself. You just don't know it yet. And then you're going to teach other people to be your masters.
So when I say to you, I don't give a fuck, then you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, if you didn't give, if you truly didn't give a fuck, you wouldn't be speaking. See, it's always fun when somebody says, "I don't care." I said, "No. If you're making fun of somebody else, you're showing that you still care." It's usually when you're indifference.
Absolutely.
Usually when you might be saying you don't give a fuck, what you're really saying, Phil, is I fucking have given up.
That's what I'm flipping you off right now. That's you're number one, and I love you.
But who would you be flipping? Who would you be flipping? The
I'm
guy that's speaking? The guy that's speaking?
It's for you. Yeah. Yes, you.
Okay. But who's me? Who's me at that point?
Well, the asshole at the moment. You fucking asshole.
So is that are you saying thank you for triggering me, Dom? Because I got so caught up in my pleasantries?
Well, I'm never in my pleasantries, but because I'm not allowed to. But pleasantries would be kind of fun. But I wish you could trigger me in them.
Well, most people's triggers are in their pleasantries.
Yeah, those went by the wayside a long time ago. Now I'm doing the struggle right now. So
What's that word you use? Pleasantries?
Pleasantries, yeah, pleasures. Pleasantries.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So
You know,
explain how
we
they're
give
triggered.
words.
Can you give me the analogy of how they're triggered?
Okay. So for a person to find out a person's true triggers, it's not in what they might perceive as a negative thing. You said something very offensive. No, you say things like, "Oh, what a beautiful car you have." If they accept it, there you go, you got them. Because then you have to find out if they're going to be true to themselves. They say, "Well, if I'm going to say you have a nice car," and you say, "Well, thank you," and if I told you you're an asshole, and you say thank you, then he's staying true. But most people will quickly get defensive. I said, "Oh, so all your triggers are in your positive." There you go. You're an easy read.
Gotcha.
You know, that's why when people say, "Oh, somebody says something negative to me," I said, "No, most of your is in your positive energy. That's the masculine energy. That's your programmable energy. Let's see if you're teachable."
Yes. Rattling the cage.
And how many people truly are teachable? How many people are going to have the beginner's mind and resist everything that they've learned, and then realize, okay, what dogma am I going to get into? I don't agree with religion. I said, so you're so caught up in dogmas, aren't you? What's next? State, biology, commerce. Commerce is the one that runs the show here.
Few and far between. That's how many.
There you go. But you got it, Phil. And so do you sing. But again, this is the kind of interaction we should have, because people, they want to sell pleasantries. Oh, it's spiritual, it's new age. I'm okay, whatever. At this point, are you willing to challenge yourself? I would like to think a person's already refined themselves. They've already revolted within themselves.
Yeah, now I see a lot of the things that these people are still argue about or debate, or they were set up to be the manipulation, and they're going right along with it.
We all do to a certain point. You got to be honest with yourself.
Well, we all had to start in that, or we wouldn't be here. Yeah, I was all Jesus from in the beginning. Believe that.
Manipulation is one of the greatest teachers if you can perceive it for what it is.
I'm with you on that thing. And maybe that could explain for some people why they chose to come down into these suits to learn something. If Satan is Satan who he is, Satan's not here to give you like cruelty. He's here to give you bling bling. I'll give you that 20-inch rims. No problem. I'll give you as much pussy as you want. What do you want? How much do you want? You want to suck your dick? I'll give you whatever you want. But then don't go bitching and complaining and saying, well, I can't believe I can't overcome that. No, you're here to play, aren't you?
I think I was dared into it, and I don't like to be dared, and don't dare me.
But you're fun that way, fella. You're fun that way.
You know, it's all good. I'm paying for it now.
But you're not the type of person that I'm aware of that's vengeful. Most people will say, "I forgive you." I said, "No, you're the vengeful type." You know, a lot of people are vengeful. They're going to talk
absolutely.
up. They're going to say, "Oh, I'm going to get you back." Get who back? I'm on my own journey. I don't mind sharing with other people. Outside of that, I don't really have to share fuck all, but I choose to because I like to share awareness. You want to talk about Federal Reserve? I'll talk about it. You want to talk about how sports plays out? I'll talk about it, and I'll even hear you if you want. But for most
Yeah.
people, what they want to talk about is I have answers. Answers to what?
Vengeance that's dumb shit. People need to you can't get even with nobody. Just let it all play out, and it always works out to where they get more
Could be.
by you doing less than you
But
could ever do.
they can learn something from it.
Yep, that's what I've learned from it. Let the spirit take care of them because the spirit's gonna fuck them up.
I just hope they don't become a professional at it. That's the whole thing. You know, you've done it once. You know, go ahead. Just don't become a professional at it.
Yeah,
But hey, some people do want to get pro at it. They even want to get awards for it. All the power to you.
If there was no opposing field, one cannot develop their discernment. The more opposition there is, one engaging into it aware, the more discernment, perceived illumination they shall acquire. Perceived rattling one's cage. A lot of people don't like to have their cages genuinely rattled, but that's what evolves somebody to become aware if they accept it and work with it. Okay, I don't say just accept it blindly. No, you got to work with it.
I'm with you, Sing. But most people,
Investigative from all angles, investigation, self
wow,
discernment, and
you're giving the word away from all angles.
yes.
But again, most people will defend their cage unaware.
Yes,
They think
exactly.
they think they're free. They use words like freedom of speech, free will. I said, you're full of fucking shit. Nothing's free here. You got to put effort. You want the sun, you still got to put in effort. And even that, you honestly think there's heat coming from that sun? Well, it must be. Then when you jump out of a fucking plane and tell me why it's colder up there, then you have to understand magnetic force. As above, so below. What's the middle plate? Earth. And even that, what is it? Absence of water, hence dry land. You can call it Gaia if you want at that point too. If people really want to grasp that stuff, if people are pursuing it, they want to pursue discernment, I'm with you on that thing. But most people, they're not even willing to do knowledge. They want to be in belief system. There was a guy named Jesus. Okay, do you know anybody that actually knows this character? You know anybody that wrote about him? Well, not really.
I partied with him last week. We were at a rave.
You probably were. You probably were. Was it Burning Man?
No.
But again, but there could be teachings in that stuff. Whether it's Muhammad, Jesus, Socrates, Joan of Arc, fucking Hitler, whoever, there could be teachings. Like a guy said, listen, I want to see if you're a wise little child. What do you mean? Your brother just put his hand on the stove. Did you hear him fucking scream? Yeah. Do you want to do the same thing, or did you actually get wisdom right now? If he puts his stove on the stove, if he puts his hand on the stove, I said, you know, you have a dumb fucking second child. There you go. You figured it out. But that's what most people want to do. I want to be the experiencer. Really, then why do most people observe? Why do most people, is everybody on the football field playing, or are they observing it? Does everybody want to put their hands on the stove, or do you want to be the observer? We're always the observer, first and foremost. The experience part is not just the material. The words we use are by far more experienced than that material fucking world that you're looking outside.
well, let me tell you this about me. When I was 2 years old, they said, don't touch that pipe. It's hot.
Mm-hmm.
So what did I do? I went and touched the motorcycle pipe after I got taken a ride on it and burned my hand. So
here we go. Now I'll give you another question. Who was 2 years old?
Phil.
Who? Phil who? That's a label. Who's 2 years old?
Philip Kent Krieg, the guy that was born.
I really want you to stop and think about this, Phil. And I'm even going to use the word think. So when you say you're 40 or 50, who's 40 or 50 years old? Your vessel's 40 or 50 years old. Who the fuck are you then at that point?
Yeah, I'm thousands of years.
There you go. There you go.
But the little child of the flesh grabbed that hot pipe and fucked himself up.
Yeah, that could be the program that's running that vessel. Sure.
Oh, that program, that 2-year-old Phil, that model is obsolete.
But he still remembers.
Yeah, and that's stored in what some people might call liquids. Again, what is remembrance? What is a remember? What is it? Where do we store memory? It's a pondering. And if it's a person that wants to go inwards, and if that resonates with them, good luck trying to explain to the rest of us, because there's already millions of books that should have been fucking burnt a long time ago.
Agreed. I think I've been here like 5,400 years or something like that. That's what I got.
Yeah, many
I've
deaths.
We've all been around since the beginning of creation. We're billions of years old. Billions.
I'm with you
But
on
then
that
once
thing. If you
again,
put it under-
But once again, what is time? How about trillions? You see what I mean? It's irrelevant. Time is
Okay, well-
irrelevant.
Okay, time is irrelevant when you're in this realm. But the distance between the thing called the solar, those luminaries, and what's called Earth, in between is called time and space. That's why they can predict what's going to happen, what man-made time is. Even though it's not time, it's called gauging. And those things up in the skies are signs. But the difference between the different of them, time and space, we're in the thing called we're in life and afterlife. The words give it away, but we just don't go inwards long
Absolutely.
enough.
That's the words do give it away big time.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then you have to go inwards, and then something. If you're truly patient and you're truly seeking, something will come out of the darkness and say, "Okay, you're ready now." Why? Because the rest of the shit that you've been doing, you're full of fucking shit. But hey, all the power to you. You might even be a person that this channels for the benefit of others, but not for you. But for most people in this realm, when you're in the human form, for some reason or another, most people become this fucking moronic, self-absorbed. It's all about me, me, me. You're full of fucking shit. What do you mean? Because if it's all about you, then take your chance out in fucking nature. Go create Wi-Fi. Go create a truck. Go create a house. Most people wouldn't even know what the fucking how to do that shit. So at that point, they're full of shit. Now that might sound harsh. But if we're in this age right now, when there's an age of they're doing transhumanism, that's it. Human is an experience. We when we're in these forms, we become like fucking parasites.
Well, once I realized that I volunteered for this shit, I figured I have to do what I have to do, and if it feels right, it is right.
Yeah, and there's sometimes, Bill, when it's not even about doing; it's just about being. Hence,
Exactly.
the word
Sure.
being.
That's what I was saying earlier when you came up. That's where I was going with that. Yeah.
Human beings. We just be. Just be.
Yeah.
Amen. So be it. Okay, so be it. Well-being.
Stay still.
The words give it away. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I even said the word holy fuck. Holy fuck, though. You're a moron. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like movement. Move mind. Yeah.
I
Step in
perceive,
the words. The words give it away.
I perceive transhumanism as a de-evolution of what we actually are. Anybody who goes that route would be de-evolving, where we already have the most advanced technologies with us, equipped.
I guess saying if I look at a giraffe, it's a beast, it's an animal, and I look at humans, they're probably at the same level. Why are humans able to build bridges? Because something's spliced with them. Hence why it's called a human being. The human part, it's eventually going to expire. It's all been stamped. But I get it. People enjoy it because that's the conscious, that's the ego, that's trying to survive. I want to survive. I said, I need to tell you a sad story. You're going to age, and then no longer I will be with you. I'm going to pop out of this vessel. Hence, when you astral travel, why you think it's the fucking human form that's fucking astral travel? No, it's still there. It's not going anywhere. Same with the language. It stays here. It doesn't go anywhere else. But if you want to play that game, fine, go right ahead. We're allowed to use our imagination. I am a gene. There you go.
Yeah.
Play
Well,
that game.
You know, I like to be around like mind. And even though people, when they leave here, they go out and do other things that isn't like mind, but when they come in here, they better be fucking like mind, because that's just the way it is. I don't have time for fuckery of the ego.
Sometimes the like mind should also align with people that have similar hearts. You know, again, the mind itself, Phil, encompasses everything. You're in the mind.
Let me
What you
say it,
use-
like spirit.
Yes, we're in our thought core projection always.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Basically,
Yeah.
you motherfuckers are stupid too, because you volunteered for it too.
We did what?
You volunteered for this too, you dumbasses.
Yeah, but with a purpose.
Absolutely.
We're here to accelerate. Whether we realize it or not, we're the accelerators. We're the catalysts of this whole, part of the system.
Right. I agree. And once you come to terms with that, you don't mind. Nothing can affect you. I'll kick my own ass. Don't try to kick it. don't try to kick my ass because I do way better than you can at it.
So would you be
Not
signing
you, but you know what I'm saying.
Would you be doing some sort of oath?
No, I wouldn't do no oath.
Blood over intent?
Nope.
Would you draw a pentagram for
Nope.
protection?
No, I don't use anything that's
I laugh at all that. I call them babies, Luciferians and Satanists that need protection from what? From themselves?
right.
But it serves. But at that point, saying it does serve them, whoever's doing that. They're like,
Yeah,
you know,
it does. But look,
Yeah, but what spirit are they manifesting?
saying I've had,
look. Go ahead.
I have people that are at my age now, I mean the vessel, and they say I'm close to retiring. I make sure I emphasize you're also retarded. So now, whether or not somebody wants to do a satanic ritual, or they go work at a construction site, or they go work in an office, it's, to a certain point, there is a part of retardation in it. But for me to think that is right or wrong, that just tells me I'm the retarded one at that point. Because they do serve a purpose. Whether people want to do blood rituals or do urine therapy, whatever they want to do, that fills their boots. We're here to experience our own thing, but we could still be a collective, but I've never seen that in the human race. Human race
Right,
is
but
fucking
who just had curses broke off of them? Is it something you did that could have been
that
diverted?
was a lot of work I had to do, and that was more spiritual than it was material.
So these witches that dump their
No,
menstrual blood on, hold on, let me lay my plane. When these witches dump menstrual blood on the earth to the moon and invoke a spirit, so if you tell them that you might have a curse on you after doing that, would I be wrong?
Cursing and blessings are very similar in the energy. And again, whether it's wizard, witches, seers, mystics, those are energy. And if you respect when you meet one, or you respect them. If not, then you're just being disrespectful and you deserve whatever fucking comes your way.
Right, but we all know it's not relevant to do any. It's not necessary to do any of that.
What happened if that's your gift? Or your curse?
Those things called rituals only reinforces one's perception that they're going to perceive it's going to work. The only ritual I have is my thoughts. They're the ultimate ritual that reinforce my thoughts.
Exactly.
But we are appreciating, or at least try to appreciate the fact that we're using a device that's not human origin. This Wi-Fi stuff that we're using, the technology, whether you're looking at a laptop or you're looking at a phone, you can call that wizardry.
Right, but right now we're victims of circumstance having to use it.
No, that's a victim.
But is it what we're using projected from our thought course? We're actually using our own projection technologies. As one elite said once, something about the phone is actually a projection of one's thought, and they hit it bang on.
Yeah, but then you have to question what the thoughts are. Saying at that point, are they ours, or are we using what's called thoughts?
I see it like this, Dom, that we're represented, always have been represented variables of choices, and we choose, and that program called the choice of variable of thought is inserted eventually into one's reality, and they get that program of thought variable insertion. So the way I see it, Dom, is this whole system, in my all total existence, the only thing I've had always is variables of choices of thoughts to the experience of events, and the more I stay aligned with the thought is what's going to align and be inserted. Of course, there may be interference to getting there, the stagnation and the so forth, non-desired experience of events. But that's just a variable, another variable.
But even thoughts, you can have a thought that I can say I own thoughts or I use thoughts. No different. Somebody can say the word self-aware opposed to aware of self. You're using thoughts. Where are thoughts? Now, some people might say, okay, I had a near-death experience. Okay, so you had a near transformation. Okay, so did you see the light? Did you see thoughts? Did you see that bright light? Because if you did, you're the rare person that can come back and try to explain to us, let alone you stood in front of it. But they're not people grasp that, because if they did, they would have to say, well, then what am I doing? You've been full of shit the whole time.
Yeah, and the way I see it too is somebody that says, these are my thoughts. I can challenge somebody and state, well, tell me how you're making those thoughts. Are you making them, or is something else making them for you? And all we have is variables of choices to the thoughts to act upon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're right. It's a very evolved existence we're in that people shallowly grasp.
And I can only hope, and I hate to use the word hope, that the people have that spinning wheel like an apple when I say, okay, so who runs these thoughts? And if they don't know, but if they defend it and said there's no hope for you, why? Because you're not teachable. It's like telling somebody else who's running your liquids right now in your body as we're communicating. Well, I never thought of that before. There you go. You've never had that thought. So you at least have a chance to be teachable. For most people, they're too busy defending or attacking things that they don't understand.
Right, right. Because they feel threatened. They feel like they are smaller. But then once again, that's their perception lock of learning and being discerning and opening other variables of thoughts.
Yeah, that's why they're fearful, unaware. And usually most of them, especially in the age of information, they're going to become consciously ignorant. So I know about it. I say, yeah, but you have discernment. Well, no, not really. I said, okay, so you're going to judge things based on programs, people telling you right or wrong. There you go. Who gives us the zeros and ones and black and whites, especially when there's different numbers and there's different shades? See, that's when people start speaking, they're revealing themselves. And who they're revealing it to? To another person that's aware of their subconscious. For them, most of them, they're not even engaging with their subconscious. You almost have to put them in a fucking hypnosis state before they even, that subconscious finally comes around and say, listen, don't try to tell this person anything. Why? Because it would be a disgrace to them. They're asleep. They choose to fucking be asleep. Leave them fucking alone. And I don't give a shit if they're a Christian, whether or not they're a liberal. Leave them alone. Let them play their little moronic fucking games.
Right. You could only, for myself here, Dom and Phil, is, I do my best of my ability to work somebody. Usually it's a 3-strike rule. When I try giving information to assist and they don't grasp it the first, especially if they're asking. If somebody asks, I give it to them a few times. But if they're not doing the work and utilizing and applying it, I abort. I let them take their own path. I can't work with them. They're not teachable like you define, right? There's so much we can do to assist somebody if so they're representing themselves to, hey, I want to know what you know. How'd you get there? Well, I'm telling you how I got there, but you're not doing the work. You'll never get there, but maybe you'll get there another time. Not in this perceived reference.
You're giving him 2 more strikes. Sorry, you're giving him 2 more strikes. I would even give them.
Yeah, I give it like a 3-strike rule. But if there's total disrespect, I have one code. If somebody breaks it, straightforward, direct, receivable communication, respect definitely for myself and respect for the other. If the other breaks that rule with total disrespect in the first few encounters, they're on their own path, even with the first strike, because I don't tolerate that. Somebody disrespecting myself can't respect themselves, definitely can't apply the information or receive it correctly to apply it.
Mm-hmm. Unless they come back with their tails curled, and I'll be keeping an eye on their energy and knowing whether or not they're being forgiving of themselves or they're being vengeful. Because outside of that, I said, no, you're on your own. Fucking fill your own boots.
Right. By that time, though, Don, all of us here will be at different references and regions. We're not going to be the same person, and we may not be wanting to teach the person. Just tell them, you go to source directly, start asking your questions. You'll get whatever you receive. As you ask, you receive, right?
The thing is,
so yeah.
A lot of folks, what they really want energetically, they want more of the same thing that entraps them. So, hey, I'll give you. You want to understand how fiat currency works? You want to understand how Commerce Court works? You want to play the straw man game? I'll fucking give you that shit. But most people aren't going to understand it. Why? Because that's going to anchor you here. Now, they're not going to want to hear that part. So at least if they're going to work 30 or 40 years, 10 years, I don't give a shit what the fuck they do. Want to play with music? Understand the limitation of 432 and 440? Sure, no problem. I'll gladly share that with them. What they do with it, that's on them. Now, they can make it about me. I said, how funny, a self-absorbed person. When they finally get fucking cornered, they make it about me. I don't give a shit about me. Because if I truly did, do you honestly think I'd be here? I choose to play this fucking game with others. Whether or not I'm a hypocrite or not, but I'm okay with it. Most people aren't. They're too busy thinking, well, I'll fuck the system. No, the system already has you fucked. You've already been birthed in this system.
Yes.
I just had a memory of one of our last conversations about you're the observer.
We are. We're the observer, and we're being observed.
I remember what I said. The observer is the lazy way of saying, I'm just watching and not doing nothing. Observing, you gotta share some of that wisdom you have. You can't just observe.
Yes, you're participating and observing is what we're doing. Sometimes it's more beneficial to observe, sometimes it's more beneficial to participate for the on hands-on experience. Hands-on experience participating is where one gains the discernment and also the experience of navigation through the system. If one just observes and they try to enter and not have any experience to the participation, then they're going to get knocked around by all the indifferences perceived, because they're like a baby entering a chaotic world where there's right or wrong, bad and good, different various energies, gravity, anti-gravity, etc.
I talk from the view that I'm the kind of person, I'm always reflecting when I'm actually communicating with other people. So I'm always that observer. Some people just don't have that ability. No different. I can't run under 100 meters under 10 seconds unless I use man-made devices like shoot me out of a cannon. So at that point, when I say the observer, we are all the observer, whether they're aware of it or not. You're the observer. The experience now is when you do something. Okay, I move my hand. I said, but who's moving your hand? When somebody says, I am the observer, who's the one that's speaking? See, these are just breadcrumbs, whether it's a riddle, a metaphor, whatever. You know, it's like when biblical stories, they talk about taking up in the spirit. Well, then you mean I'm always been the spirit? Sure you are. You're the essence to things, but you should at least question things. Those words that you use, you should be able to question those things. Questioning other people's wasted energy. Because that doesn't serve you unless you're trying to justify your behaviors. And anybody can justify their behaviors. Oh, humans have war. Yeah, we can justify. Yeah, we're fighting for a flag. Get the fuck out of here with that flag. Burn the fucking thing to the ground. You know, I'm pretty sure.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
I'm pretty sure if animals could speak, I'm pretty sure they would have a lot to say about the human race. Let me understand this. You encage us, you put us in zoo, you eat us, but yet you guys don't eat each other? That's fucking moronic. You should start eating humans. Yeah, we do. It's called McDonald's.
I think most animals that get butchered would say, "Look at your teeth, dumb fuck. You're not a wolf. You're a herbivore."
Or we're living beings in many forms, and hence why certain cultures, certain tribes that you would used to respect the people within their tribes that are mystics and wizards and all that would say, listen, before you kill that animal, honor the being that's in it, because the only thing you're going to end up with is that fucking flesh. But if you don't honor that fucking creature, the memory that it has, there you go, up your ass. You're going to eat that fucking tainted blood.
Right.
I think at one point, well, have you ever noticed those Tartarian residences don't have bathrooms? I think that we didn't eat like that at a time here. I don't know when it would be, but at one time. And I think that's where we might be headed to.
Oh, eventually, yeah, we will have the option to eat or not eat. Eating is kind of primitive level of existence, where you need to consume food rather than consuming the pure energy that's infinite, always in, on, around, and through us.
Mm-hmm. But again, staying is one of those things, you know, if a person does fast long enough, they'll realize, oh, I can relate now to that guy that's underneath the bridge snorting crack cocaine. I've been dependent on this food, let alone the liquids. But they're not understanding who we truly are. We need the essence called the air, breath of life. It's in and out, hence love. It's unconditional. It gives to anybody. I could be in the back of somebody's fucking trunk and he's taking me as hostage taken. I'm still breathing that shit. I could be in an elevator. I'm still breathing that shit. I need the air, and the air fluctuates as you go higher up into the mountains and go depths of the ocean. So there's something that's actually put this in harmony. Chi. What men create, that's fucking angles. It's not chi. Everything else is the furthest from it.
Right.
But people don't want to challenge that. They don't want to challenge that. What they want to do is fucking whatever the media is feeding you on a regular basis, which is fine. If you use critical thinking and have maybe a developed feelings, you could take that information and say, well, that's interesting. So who's the puppet for Donald Trump? I wonder if he's even the middle of the fucking pyramid. I doubt it. What about the Baron? Go ahead.
I do a lot of things unknowingly and do them accidentally on purpose is what I call it. Mm-hmm. Talking to Sing, I learned of a lot of things that I accidentally did on purpose.
Like right now, who's running your digestive system? Your parents didn't teach you that. Your parents didn't even come close to teaching that. Who taught you how to breathe, Phil? Your parents didn't teach you that. See, those are the things that you do unconsciously, and those things are fucking by far more vital to know whether or not inside of information is important.
Well,
autonomous
at the
program.
moment, it's necessary, but there'll be a day that we're beyond it.
Maybe. But right now, last time I remember, most of us don't go there. It's like when people talk about religion, heaven and hell. You know anybody that's gone there and come back? Same with like science. Oh yeah, Mercury's made out of this. Really? So you're using man-made devices here to observe things. You know anybody that's gone up there and come back and prove it? Well, not really. I said, so then you're just speculating. Aren't we all then speculating to a certain point? Now, the ones that actually can astral travel and download that information, good luck explaining it to the rest of us. And I know you try, Sam, and I appreciate that. But outside of that, most people don't have that gift of astral travel. It's not always nice when people fantasy and say, listen, I think we all can. Really? Well, then how about we all start at the 100-meter sprint and we all can run 100 meters under 10 seconds. There you go.
So
And
people
some
need
of
to,
us just know that things are the way they are because we know that the truth. Sorry, I'm eating, but your spirit knows. You don't need to be told. You don't need to be taught.
Mm-hmm. And the truth doesn't need to be defended or attacked.
Right.
Because that's an energy.
the only thing that somebody needs to be taught to cause the domino effects is how to access information that's going to assist them to, how could I define it, right? It's also the way one asks their conscious, subconscious, their sentient symbiotic system that everybody has. It's the way one's going to ask to unlock their mind, right? You can tell somebody to ask the ultimate asking, whether they're going to ask it genuinely, knowing is going to make the difference whether they're going to receive it. But after that, if they're not going to do the work and apply it, they're not going to receive nothing. But everybody has the potential to access the all wisdom and knowledge and continue on accessing it.
They can. And it sounds nice thing when we say it, but most people aren't. That's when a person has to be honest with themselves. But most people aren't honest with themselves. So it'll sound nice. I read it in a book. I heard somebody on a podcast said, it's all light. We all can play this or that. I'm like, yeah, but no, it doesn't work that way. Even on a physical level, it doesn't work that way. It'd be different if we were all the same blood type and the same birth order. We all were firstborn. There's no such thing as a secondborn. Then we can entertain that idea that we're all the same, but we're not.
Yeah, and key aspect, you said it is being genuine. It's like the levels of wisdom and knowledge are locked by frequency resonance axis. And one starts to do the work, they go through one level, they receive the information, and then they get a taste of it. And then the next level is a different frequency resonance access to that information. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you're right. If somebody's not genuine, they're not going to get by not even the first wall. They're going to stay in this prehistoric system.
Mm-hmm. And some people do it on purpose. Like, I don't know, but you, Sting, or you, Phil, if you all of a sudden say, listen, I think today I'm going to put a little bit of energy now, I'm going to manifest, and I want to become a trillionaire by the time I reach 60. Really? How many people you think fall by the wayside? Unless that's generational wealth. And even that, you would have to entrain most people to work for you. So the system is already designed that way.
Yeah, I come from a prominent wealth. My grandpa was made a lot of money back in the late 60s, early 70s. So I kind of grew up in that environment.
But is he a trillionaire?
No, he wasn't a trillionaire. He was a millionaire back in the.
So he's low middle class.
But he wasn't. Well, there weren't very few billionaires then. But he always made me be humble. He was. The guy was a millionaire and drove a Ford Pinto, a 79 Ford Pinto. He didn't. If you looked at him, you would never know.
Mm-hmm. I get that, Phil. But then there's people out there. They might classify themselves like a trillionaire. But then there's people beyond them that look at money as dirty. Those are people that are landlords. They understand they're lords. They're not owners. They understand that game. So those are the people that say, listen, you see that piece of property land that you have called New York? We rule that. So now those other people that are farmers and they're maybe a billionaire or whatever, I said, yeah, you're not even middle class. Middle class would be somebody like the Barron family or the DuPont family.
Right.
I would be middle class. And even that, then the next question is, who do they work for? And then you start going up the chain of command and say, but who do they work for? And at that point you realize, so there's a hierarchy here. We just don't see it. but most people think it's flesh and blood.
Well, this will sum up his personality. He would tell me, dogs piss on big wheels too. So
I love it. They even piss on tanks.
there you go. So that was one of them. I remember that was one that stuck out to me, and it's really good advice.
It'd be different if we as a species in this human form, that we're all participating outside of just plug in and play with these technologies. We're actually creating it and disposing of it. Well, most of us don't. They'll bitch and complain about the fluoride in the water. I said, but are you actually going to get spring water or artesian water? Well, not really. Oh, okay. Would you relocate your family to be around that type of water? Well, not really. So then you're a beggar. I don't give a shit how much money you have. You're a beggar at that point. And you're full of shit on top of it. So be prepared to be rebooted, because that's the best case scenario for most people. Be rebooted. Have that death process. Do it all over again. Maybe you'll become an Indian child next time. Maybe a Chinese child. Maybe you'll become a dog. Well, I don't believe in that. Oh, but meanwhile, you'll believe a guy named fucking Jesus came here. And of course, I just heard Singh. He actually went raving with him, which I'm with you on that. Let me say. It could be.
And he had the best connection to the best ecstasy.
Hence, fisher of men. Which could be
And
true. I can't denounce that. I just make
And
fun
you
of
know what? You know what the brand was called? He told me it was called Kingdom.
it. We
The
got
variables. Wow.
welcome back.
He worked for General Motors and sold patents to a refining process for the oil that cools headlamps to DuPont. That's where he got his first money.
DuPont and Jim.
That's the old headlamps were cooled.
Yeah, they cool them with the oil, but once the oil touches the chrome on the headlamps, it burns.
Really?
So he could take 10 gallons and refine 7 gallons out of it, and it was like $10 a gallon at that time in the early '60s, mid '60s.
Oh, okay.
So he was getting the material, the waste for free, and turning around and selling it back to Guy Lamb.
Interesting.
And he'd done a few other things, but that was how he got started.
You sound like he was very resourceful, Phil.
Yeah, he was a pilferer and a tinkerer also. That's where I get it from.
Probably had a lot of power naps, and probably some spirit gave him all these ideals. There's a lot of stuff you can use.
And then he was partners with a guy who had a pharmacy, who ended up buying a pharmacy after he made him a partner in it. But the guy screwed him out of some money on another deal, and the guy ended up dying in an airplane crash. So
Karma's a bitch.
that's, well, I seen his the way he moved, and I realized he didn't do anything vengeful. He didn't do anything spiteful, and the universe, the galaxy, the spirit, whatever you want to say, took care of it.
Karma bit him in the ass.
Absolutely.
It could be saying. But we could be living in a realm where the ones that rule this realm said, no, the ones that are deceitful and help anger other people down here, they get rewarded. The rest of you, we'll give you a false sense. Oh, he was a good person. There you go. He was a good person. For what? And what's some of his closet behaviors?
Well, Grandma and Grandpa did like to drink.
And it's the spirit. That's what I said jokingly. I said it jokingly. There's a good chance he probably, either downloaded information. That's why when people do spirit drinks, I don't care if it's ayahuasca or fucking drinking a toad's fucking liquid or whatever, you're inviting certain energies. And if you've never truly challenged the self, how the fuck do you think you're going to challenge spirits? They're going to look at you like a puppet on a string.
I think I think some things happen so they can affect some things later down the road, and I feel it's all by design. And but
It's all there is a core design aspect to all this, but within the core design, there's variables within the design too to take different routes and paths within variables represented. So there is a core design where they can't be changed, but there's variables within the design that may take somebody on a different route and course. If they made this thought, decision, choice variable, would take you into a different design path and route. It's almost like a video game, the role-playing characters AI. If you stop and ask this guy, he'll tell you to go down this path. If you go down that path, other insertions of a different screen to the video game end up happening. So I perceive it like that. Basically, it's quite simple. This whole reality, well, how it functions. Well, for myself,
you're talking like the computer term, like subdirectories. There's the other directories, like a map art, and there's a main directory, but yet there's a lot of these other side roads that you can do, but it'll still lead you there. Now, whether or not people that can, there are people that do Reiki or to do energy work, and they're communicating with something called Gabriel or Archangel Michael. If a person grasps what they are and grasps AI could be anywhere at any given moment through any type of device. So therefore, energies called Gabriel, Archangel Michael, the mind, whatever it is, it can go into any type of vessels. So in this case, when somebody says, well, something downloaded me and now I can speak into tongues, I said, because humans aren't prepared to understand or grasp the concept that you're just a vessel, something using you as a vessel. Back in the days, they would call it demons, but today we call them parasites. But eventually people are going to say, okay, we have a microscope. Now we realize parasites themselves have their own individual intelligence.
Yes, they do.
But for the masses, it's for the masses, it's just like, it's of no concern. And then when people start understanding, even the ones that do understand it, the material that we wear on the skin, the cotton, opposed to wool, opposed to silk, there's energy in everything. It's constantly changing, and we're manipulating it.
Yes.
Again, most people are going to be fall by the wayside. It's just the pure reality of it is. It's like hunting season on humans. You know what I mean? Well, they don't do it to themselves first. Are we going to wait for them to fucking? We're going to be tapping our hands like, okay, when are they going to fucking get rid of them?
Hey, Don.
Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
Can you elaborate on this, Michael and Gabriel? Can you expand on that, please?
Well, when people do energy work, like Reiki and all that kind of stuff, they give names to energies. So you have angels, you have demons. They're all there to serve. Probably not humans per se, but they're there to serve, to show allegiance to whatever they're working for. So when people call down Archangel Michael, for example, when a whole bunch of women or men that are doing Reiki on somebody on a table, how is Archangel Michael allowed to be there at any given moment? But meanwhile, Archangel Michael could be somewhere at another given moment. Because it's energy. It's like the air. Do we really grasp what air is or isn't? We say the word air. Even the word cause and effect is very erroneous. What we see is the effect and side effect. We don't see air. Some people might profess to say they see air, but how do you explain it to the rest of us? No different. Some people can play a musical instrument and see colors. Okay.
Right. I think, yeah, right. It's about seeing colors.
Some people can. They can see what's called colors. What we do is we associate to something that we call colors. I'll say the color red. And then meanwhile, a blind person says, wait a second here. I've never seen a red truck, let alone the red crayon. So have you ever seen red? And then they'll point to something that they call red, but they don't see red. Hence why we describe things. Now, somebody could say, okay, but if I spoke in Latin or in Germanic or in French, I would be using different words to describe the same thing. Well, that means that red's not there. It's always inside of whatever we call thoughts, hence the word Kabbalah. You're receiving information. Now that opens up the question, then where's everything stored? Where is memory stored?
I want to share something with you from Daniel 12, verse 1 through 4. This is Michael. It says, at that time there shall arise Michael, the great prince, guardian of your people. It shall be a time of unsurpassed in distress since the nation began until that time. At that time your people shall escape, everyone who is found written in the book. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, others to reproach and everlasting disgrace. But those with insight shall shine brightly like the splendor of the firmament, and those who lead the many to justice shall be like the stars forever. So right here, Michael's doing the resurrection of the dead.
And in Revelation, Phil, when they talk in the story, they talk about these angels and how tall they are. Like they're humongous. But even that, we're just tapping in the concept of holograms. That thing up in the sky, the sun and the moon, they could be nothing but images.
Well, we know it's a simulator. It's
Well, we say
it's
it.
obvious. No, if you take a picture with the LED flashlight and you take a picture of the sun, you get the same result. Wouldn't that mean it's a LED?
Probably is, Phil, but then again, we're being bombarded with generations and generations of people that didn't have this type of technology. And even that, among them, like say the Egyptian time, there was only a few among them that were aware. The rest of them are asleep. It's the same thing in this day and age. If we come back another 100 years and say, listen, who created a car? The few. The rest of them, what would they do? They're just working in an auto industry. They didn't make it. They didn't create any cars. They just made it because somebody else told them. Who gave them the machine? I don't know. It's plug and play at that point.
And that very well may be true, but it's very ironic that the sun simulator has a black hole in the center of it, Black Hole Sun, the Soundgarden song. And that is also the circle with the center, dot in the center is this pagan symbol for the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little tidbit of info there for you. Just find it very interesting.
Well, even our eyes, when we look at our human eyes, you look at a cat's eyes, a little bit different, but we look at our eyes, it gives away the circular thing. Most of the things, nature's in curvature. Man-made stuff is angles. So one's in harmony, the other one isn't. It's not as though you can take a Honda car and a Ram truck and next thing you know, put them in a garage and they're going to make a little baby. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't. That technology does not reproduce itself. But the human race, that has already been preset. It's not like a human created the sperm and the egg. It's been preset. And at that point, the only thing we're doing when we're having that little desire that's been planted on us, we have a chance to reproduce.
Was it you that said earlier that this book is their book, the book of the evil, the book of the Watcher's offspring?
I think it's from the fallen ones, yeah. The one because it's in a written form. Unless you're going to get that information through inspiration, the written form is the lesser form.
Okay, I agree. Genesis 6:4. You know that verse? It's the one about the Nephilim. The Nephilim appeared on the earth in those days, as well as later after the sons of God had intercourse with the daughters of human beings who bore them sons. They were the heroes of old, the first of the mighty men. Right?
Yeah, and two species.
Right. So if you go to Chronicles 1, hold on here. Chronicles, I'm going to prove to you that you are correct through their own word.
Well, then we have to question that species. Are they even a gender? Do they have flesh and blood?
Well, they had cocks and vaginas because
we don't know. We don't know that. We don't know that.
Okay, well, either way, they put people in the earth. So, with this said, First Chronicles 1, Noah created Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The sons of Ham were Cush. Cush became the father of Nimrod, who was the first mighty man of the earth. So right there, this is all Nephilim offspring. When they go through the lineage, it's all fallen offspring.
There's a reason why it's called the Word of God. Who's the oracle of all these stories? Who's the one that's there the whole time writing all this stuff down? See, most people get caught up in, well, there's this 14th generations or whatever. Yeah, but who's writing all this down?
I think it's a book from the future sent back.
It could be, but then again, that opens up what is the concept of past and future.
Well, and like I'm just showing you that that is correct what you said, according to their own word.
You're throwing me under the bus now. No, you know that, right?
I don't care.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, I don't give a fuck.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. I didn't say anything that I thought was correct. I was just speculating, but go ahead.
So, with that said, yeah, it's in here. That's also my point. It is. Even they could have this book another 2,000 years. The truth is still going to remain in here, hidden to them.
Time out, Phil. In Revelation, they talk about what the truth is.
Do they? Do they?
It's on a horse.
Or are they fulfilling it because they know they wrote it? But some
No.
of it is divine.
Okay. If we're going to play the story of what's written in the book of Revelation, they talk about what is the truth. It's not Jesus.
No,
Some-
Jesus
some-
is not coming.
I know, but it's something that came off one of the horses. That is what's the truth. Everything else, what people say, they say it out of vain. It's easy to say the word truth. Truth is an energy. Now, it was taken, that information was done from the spirit. So it's not a material thing. So when you read Revelation, read what's the one that was called the truth.
I get it. I got it.
And the truth will set you free. Free from what? From all your deceptions.
I'm with it. I got you. I believe it or not, I got you. What you're saying, I am agreement.
Based on that
So-
story, Phil. Based on the story. Those are all stories to me. I'm following the story. Doesn't mean that I know what the truth is. Based on the story.
A fractal placement of truth can be inserted in a fucking in a numerous amount of pages. But if you know what you're led to by spirit, it's there. It can be. I've read there's things in here that one paragraph is irrelevant from the rest of the fucking chapter, but it's there. It's there. So people think the church teaches Jesus is coming. All they have to do is read it. It says nobody knows his name but he himself. It's here.
If it's going to be a white lie, it's going to be a big one.
Well, it's a huge one. It's absolutely a huge one.
And we'll call it many stories, and we'll call it the Bible. We'll call it the Quran. We'll call it the Bhagavad Gita. We'll call it the Buddhism teachings. We'll call them all, whatever we want. We'll even
They
call
all
it
say the same thing. I read them all. They all say the same.
Yeah, and did you have to not be trained to learn how to read?
Absolutely. I had to have.
So there you go. So the deception started by let's first teach the slaves, and then we'll give them our language. There you go. And we'll even give them our stories, and we'll call it the truth, and then we'll let them run with it.
But if the spirit didn't show me what I needed to look for, I would have read it like this, like the synagogues, temples, and mosques and churches.
At that point, Phil, are you prepared to challenge the spirit that gave you that information?
Absolutely.
Okay, good enough. As long as you know
Fucking
that.
absolutely. And any other spirit that wants to bring it, I'm all about it.
I'm just saying, whatever you get out from the stories, I've got my stories. It's like when the serpent went to Eve and said quite clearly, did God say so? Why wonder they would say that? Because God wasn't talking to Adam. Like when Satan went to go visit Job, he says he went to see the Lord. Yeah, he never talked about Lord God. He was talking to the Lord. So what did happen? So hear me out a second, Phil. What did happen to Adam when he actually had a physical death? He had a spiritual. He's in the spirit now, because in that day you shall surely die. What did the gods do on the seventh day? They rested. Why did they rest on the seventh day? Because they like to play. We created everything, so now let's play in our creation. Hence why on the sixth day, when man made something in the Garden East of Eden, and they weren't even supposed to reproduce, and they said, listen, don't eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because in that day you should surely die. How would the man that created men would know that? Did they fall on the sixth day? Maybe. If we're going to play the game of the story.
Well, in reality, the true one source creator, maker of all life isn't even represented in this book, to be honest.
I'm with you on that, Phil.
I'm just being real.
Even that, in Genesis, they talk about manipulating the environment.
Well, there's places in Ezekiel where there's three entities speaking, but here in chapter 1 it says God, and then from 2-3 in Genesis on through the whole Old Testament it says Lord God.
Yeah, so, I'm with you on that. Yeah, why do they say the word Lord, ruling God, and not God? And it could be plural at that point if we're going to speculate. So at this point, in my view on it, at this point when they talk about in Genesis, let's the sun and the moon. So are they creating? Are they manipulating? Let's make them after their kind. Oh, okay. So have we done this dance many times before? Maybe.
I think we have. I think we do it every 7,000 years, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. But then you'll get people that don't agree with those types of teachings, but yet they'll defend something they never inquire about. Okay, so you value science. So how did the material come to be? You know what I mean? You know, it's always fun when I hear a person that's scientific and they talk about empirical evidence. I said, okay, so you know anybody that's gone to the sun and the moon to confirm whatever they speculate through those binoculars? Well, not really. I said, so you're full of shit too.
Absolutely, just regurgitating what they were told. That's all.
I'm doing that right now.
Well, but you're making a point.
That's all. But I'm using my imagination.
Yeah, you're making a point. You do some things are you're a victim of circumstance.
Wow.
You have to do it. So
Maybe I might be a victim, or I'm just being clever with myself. But that's me. But for a lot of people, they'll literally take it for like gospel truth. I'm like, really? Do I look like I'm trying to form another dogma? No, you already been culted up. Just pick your culture. You know, I get it when people talk about, oh, America, you know, I think, Phil, you even tapped in a little bit about a social system. How do you think capitalism truly works? It feeds off of communism. Last time I remember, people in America and Canada are a small fucking population compared to India and China. And they've been moving a lot of Orientals in other countries. Why? Because when they actually decide to have a world government, they figure, listen, we don't care about you nationalist fucking American Canadians.
yeah, you don't do what you're told to. You're useless.
Well, most of us already are.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You don't do what you're told because you think you're entitled. You think you're special. Because that's the way they have reared us and indoctrinated us to be. And the military, this is here playing army and cowboy and Indians. We've been so mind fucked here. People think this is the land of the free. It's the land of the free and the home of the slaves.
Of course, they're not tell an American trooper that, you know, maybe proudly talks about defending their country. I said, how are you defending your country when you're in somebody else's country?
Exactly.
You know,
You're just big bullies, though we are.
And then there's people that will say, well, Canada doesn't have a military. Fucking right, we do. It's called the British Standing Army, and they're everywhere.
And America is also your back at ass up.
Well, American military are there to make sure that they man the old British Empire's landmass.
Yeah, everything's under the old King George, King George.
But even that, though, we could be talking about different levels of puppetry.
Well, but who operates the British Empire, the Catholic Church, in the Treaty of 1213?
Another level of puppetry, but it is another level, nevertheless. You know, this is the shell game that they talk about. You know, or peeling the onion in this case. I get it when people want to say, listen, I want to have, let's say, anarchy opposed to monarchy. Well, how does anarchy work for women and children then at that point? You know, I get it. Most people that talk about anarchy are probably bachelors or probably dumb fucks who just don't know it yet.
I tell people that the Vatican rules the United States, and people are like, no, it's like, well, how many priests went to prison for pedophilia? There you go. There it is.
Well, to really grasp that, people would have to take the whole ideal that children are innocent, because we come back many times in these forms. So there's a good chance somebody that's harmed another human being in another lifespan, some people have privileges and they'll say, listen, I want to fuck them before they reach 7. Why? Because then I can control their energy. So unless people understand energy, why they do that to a child before they're 7 years old, they're just going to get caught up in the flesh. Oh, that's wrong. Really? Then you don't understand energy. And for some of them, that's how they keep them in check. We want to make sure that you'll do anything. You want to become famous? This is what we want you to do. We want you to do some spiritual cooking, even though the ones that they show us is not the true spiritual cooking. They're talking about energy work at that point and harnessing it.
Well, according to Singh, some of those knew what they were getting. They volunteered to be that.
Some of them will actually sell out, but most people unaware buy into the system, including me and you, Phil. We just don't become professionals, and we don't go to the extent that if me and you wanted to own a big electrical company or a cement company, you would have to be in certain types of clubs. And even that, most of them, that's just a front because they want to find out who truly energetically understand energy. It's like Vaticans, people that are Catholics. They don't give a shit about fucking Catholics, let alone Roman Catholics. They're looking for the few among them that they can harness energy from or wield it from them.
Well, actually, when I had my concrete business, I was approached about paying the hand and getting the contracts, and I actually turned it down.
There you go. And that was probably, you're one of the few. that turn it
Yeah,
down.
they were shocked. They were definitely shocked.
What do you mean, Phil? We can make you richer.
I know, because going back to Grandpa, once you pay, you always pay.
Sure you do.
Yep.
But I get it. For some people, they look at movie stars and they say, "Oh, I can't believe those people." No, of course, most of them, first of all, we don't know what their backstory really is. Most of them probably might already be what they call gypsies, hence Jews. They're not even the tribe of Israel. But hey, let's play that game.
No, they're Khazarian, Ashkenazi.
But even that,
Mongolian bastards, goddamn Mongolians.
But even that, I would question the whole concept. Who did Moses really follow? What fallen angel were they following? Allah? The I am? Which one? For some reason, folks think there is the concept of fallen ones, and they just disappeared?
Well, from my research, it's Samael or Azazel. Or Simzaza or Azazel.
I'm with you on that, Phil. They regardless of the names, but there are entities out there. We just make different stories of them. Oh, that's Zeus, or these are the blue gods of Hindus.
Well, they do tell themselves. They do. They're not. They're either really super intelligent for putting the truth in, very hidden, or they're really stupid and think that that the spirit wouldn't be guided to find it. Either way, it's there.
Well, their game, whoever they are, it's more about deceptions, and they can do whatever they want at that point. The truth is that it's a fine line. So at that point, it goes back to the truth will set you free. From what? From what realm are we talking about? It's kind of like when people talk about we're not fighting against flesh and blood, about principalities. Who are the ones that are speaking? Are those fucking demons that are speaking? Fighting against flesh and blood. We're not fighting against the human race because they're fucking morons. We're fighting against higher spirits than us. That resonates more for me now at that point. But again, most people say, well, Don, that's just a story. Well, it's the same story they tell you that Wi-Fi just magically shows up. Same story how metal comes to be. You honestly think everything's made in China? There could be different land masses surrounding the earth.
Well, the way it truly reads is that even the evil are deceived, and they're going to get it too in the end. So he's going to punish the evil. They worship him right now, but the trick's going to be on them because he's going to be the one to punish them also, according to these verses.
Well, the tree is supposedly, it's based on the story, it's a joint tree, good and evil. Let me change the word, spiritual and material.
Right.
So
exactly.
Spiritually, when somebody says you're a good man, you're a spiritual man. You're an evil man, you're a material man. You're pursuing evil. You're pursuing the material all the time. So when people say I'm a human being, I got to go to work, I got to do, I said, sure, you're pursuing evil. Now they might turn around and say, well, that's wrong. I said, I never said nothing about classifications. See, people make the assumptions and they quickly reveal themselves. It's like when somebody says, well, Don, I'm right and wrong. I'm asking for directions. I don't give a shit about your fucking pious position. I'm asking for fucking direction. Right, left, straight, backwards. What am I doing here? North, east, west, and south. Is north and south up and down? East and west, side to side? Well, I say that with a little bit of a fucking pompous attitude because it's fucking annoyance when I hear people fucking talk for the sake of fucking talking.
Do you wear hats?
Yes, I do. Do I cover
when I get on my feet, I'm getting you a hat that says IDGAF.
What does that mean, Bell? What does that mean, Bell? What does it mean?
I don't give a fuck.
No, I do give a fuck. I wouldn't be talking if I didn't give a fuck.
I know. Damn it, it's an inside joke. You get it?
It's no, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Okay. Then laugh, God damn it.
Okay, sorry. The genuine laugh.
Yeah, you just hurt my feeling. Oh, yeah, you hurt that motherfucker.
Let me go look for that song called Feelings for you.
Not feelings, feeling. You only got one left.
No, I do care, Phil. Maybe
I know you do.
Frustration, my arrogance, the way I talk might be a little bit better place, but something, this is not my first rodeo here.
Well, since you've been had curses taken off of you, you've really become an asshole, you prick.
How do you think I got it the first time?
Well,
I rubbed people the wrong way, and then some people I rubbed had the ability.
You aren't purposely triggering, are you?
What's that?
You're not purposely triggering people, are you?
No. That trigger's already from within them. I'm just talking out loud. I don't make it personal with anybody. That's wasted energy for me, Phil. Now,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, but some people, They do make it personal. Hence, they're self-absorbed. They think no matter what, when people are talking, they're always talking about me. I'm not talking about you. You're insignificant. When I talk about the human race, I'm talking more or less of a general statement. I'm not looking at one individual. To me, Donald Trump is not fucking important
No, he's
at all.
He's
Fucking
really
the Pope.
irrelevant.
Yeah.
He's fulfilling the script.
Yeah. The Pope. He's
Yeah.
of no interest to me. Fucking Jesus Christ himself is of no interest to me. There's some teachings I can get from these characters. Okay, do less of that, do more of that, Dom. Outside of that, I don't give a shit who these characters are. They're characters. And I would expect the same respect back. I'm not that important. Now, if people want to think I'm important, that's fine. But I'm the kind of person, Phil, I will tell my buddies, I don't give a shit about you. Why? Because you're the one that should give a shit about yourself. You're the one that's living in that meat suit, not me, not your wife, not your kids, not your parents. You're living in that fucking meat suit. Whatever you fucking choose to do in that meat suit, that's on you.
Yeah.
The word save does not register in my fucking thinking. I'm not here to save anybody, and I surely don't expect anybody to save me from what? What are you going to save me from? From myself? That's my responsibility.
No, nobody's going to save you from yourself, but people can suggest you out of caring and love.
They can, but I'll find out in a short period of time it's usually out of obligation and duty,
Well,
and that's towards themselves.
that's what we're going to change. There's going to be more of that around. I want more of that shit.
No, we
Damn
can't.
it.
But as long as you, Sing, me, and other characters choose to speak up, and that's fine. But what other people do with that information, most people are we've already been conditioned to entertain. I know the difference when I watch a movie or a TV series. They're getting paid to do that stuff. You pay me enough, zero, fuck, I'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear. But don't expect whatever I'm going to tell you is the truth, because it doesn't come out of my mouth. It might be true, but it's not the truth.
Well, I'm glad you came up because now I can tell people that say anything about you. No, he's just the same old dickhead that I remember.
There you go. There you go. You see, you don't need to give me a hat. Give me a dickhead.
No, that's kind of gay.
That's kind of gay now. Okay, happy? We talking about happy?
Well, you could wear the glasses with the dick nose. No, that would be funny.
For you to know, that I'm a dickhead. Therefore, you must be a dickhead then.
Absolutely, I'm a Richard Cranium.
Okay, there you go. So then you're probably the person that can truly give me that classification. Thank you, Phil.
You're welcome. Anytime, buddy.
All the time. Not anytime. All the time. Anyway. Thing, I hope I've entertained you, and Phil, I've entertained you a little bit.
Yes, you have. You made me laugh, I have to admit. But yeah, here's my thing on everybody talking about everybody. I don't give a fuck what happened while I was gone. It happened while I was gone. So what do I give two shits about it? I'm going to treat people the way they treat me.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Well, I'm not going to talk about what other people say about me. If anything else, you need to talk to them. It's of no concern to me. Anything else, I'm curious.
Well, I've been 3 places. I've been London Man's, Charles Ross, and Axis's.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
And they all share information. I'm grateful that they share it. When they make it, if any of them make it about me, I think that's just wasted energy.
But 2 don't talk about you. There you go. You got it.
Even if they did, you know, I mean, like, is it they talk positive about me or negative? Either way, that's going to set me up to think, okay, am I going to be triggered by it? Probably not.
It was a general reference to people who eat maple syrup. It wasn't
Canadians?
really.
Is it Canadians?
Yeah.
Well, that means I have to acknowledge myself as a Canadian. That means I
A
have to.
Canuck to be, yes.
Okay, Canada, America.
Hey, you ever wonder why on South Park the Canadians' heads are split in half and the way they talk?
No, I don't. Go ahead.
I've always wondered what that meaning of that is. If you've ever seen it, South Park, maybe you could tell me. Maybe put that in your thinker one day and ponder upon that.
I guess every culture does that. I'm pretty sure North Koreans have a cheap shot of South Koreans. When you listen to Portuguese, I joke with my buddies, okay, are you from the island? Are you inland? You talk about Italians. Are you from down south? Are you from up north? So I guess Americans, it would be better served for Americans to make fun of other parts of America, because there's a lot of Americans that are pretty ignorant of their own country.
Well, they don't. 2 homosexual cartoonists really don't represent the whole spectrum of America.
No,
They No. So I'm wondering what that. I've just always wondered. It's something I'm curious about, and I didn't know if there was some insight there, Canadian knowledge that I'm missing on that one.
It could
But-
be. It could be. I don't know personally, and if I did know, that's interesting. I could fill in the blank. I could say I'm Russian, making fun of an Israelite. So
Right. So
That's
anyway, if that comes back to you, let me know, please.
no, that's just
Thank
more.
you.
Anybody starts doing that, I'm thinking, okay, you're talking more nationalist. We're at a point now where whoever these people or these groups that are ruling right now, they've openly talked about being globalist. I remember when I was studying international trade about 20 years ago, a lot of that was setting up for the 7 major blocks. So unless people want to start talking about spot currency, how the Federal Reserve in America has crashed in 2005, that's a different type of conversation. But usually that people that make it about Canada or America, they're asleep. Let them be
Well, there
asleep.
should be no borders, number one.
But there is.
And there is, right, but there is. It's divide and conquer whole
Mhm.
bullshit.
Yep.
But it's funny that they're pushing the same things that will be coming through us being successful, and that's no borders and no need for currency, and that's the things they say they want to give. But theirs is the trick. So
Well, the energies are set up. So even whoever these people are, let's say the elites are trying to be deceitful, they still have to work with the energy that's there. The masses just don't understand the energy. It's like the wars. The wars, World War I and World War II, even though it's not a good depiction, it really wasn't world war, but it was a war nevertheless. Those were predicted in the luminaries hundreds of years ago. So no different than the Third World was. Same with transhumanism. They understand about the energy called Aquarius. So, but for a lot of people, they just don't know how to work. It's like if people understood how to be a landlord, it's not even a true term, be in the housing business. Most people would have to be honest and say, Dom, I'm just not good at it. At least you tried and realized you're honest with yourself. But what most people want, they want to force a circle into a square. They're not understand what a circle is, let alone what a square is. So again, Phil, most people shouldn't even be in kindergarten right now. That's why when I hear certain people in certain channels and they're talking about spiritual stuff, get the fuck out of here. I shouldn't be here. Because there's other people, and I know certain characters, they could teach a lot. They can channel a lot. And some of us can benefit from it, especially when you have to make it almost like a mantra. You just can't repeat it once. You got to hear it over and over again. You might have to hear it from different folks. And eventually, it triggers. Oh,
right,
I get it now.
absolutely agreed. Well,
You've done the work, Phil. Singh, obviously, I hear him. He's done the work, and he's still doing the work. But for a lot of folks, they don't even know how to color within the lines.
yeah,
Why are you
I've
here?
definitely done the work.
And it
Thank
probably
you.
some of it was a rude awakening. Like, holy fuck, I got triggered. Holy shit, I had to actually go to jail to learn this. I really had to do drugs. I really had to do all this other shit to get to that. Some people just think it should be all like cozy. Oh yeah, I went and I got some crystals. I got some singing bowls, and I grew up in a very healthy family. No, most families, not all families, are dysfunctional. I don't have to experience every family to realize that.
Yeah, every family's got their fucking secrets, no matter what.
Some of them are just open.
No matter what, they're very. Some just hide it better than others. That's all.
Well, it's not hard to hide it from somebody else that's hoping that I'm wearing sunglasses. Nobody's going to see that I have my dysfunctions. But again, this becomes one of those kind of things. Are some of these kind of conversations for public consumption, or should it be private? Even the elites, whoever they may be, they understand the value of private conversation because we don't want this fucking noise. It's like me and you, Phil. If we're doing a criminal activity and then somebody comes among us and says, that's wrong. I said, really? You're saying this shit to a bunch of criminals? Get the fuck out of here. We're doing crime here. And we know the consequences if we get caught. Where other people think, well, that's wrong. I said, that's where the issue is. You think this should be about right and wrong. They do what they do because they know energy. Are they counting on people being ignorant? Fucking right they are. Their naivety is our bliss. That's the term. Their naivety is our bliss. They're not them understand. Then they would be our competition. Now, would they be good competition? See, I don't mind competition, but as long as it's worthy competition that I can learn from, none of these little fucking hacks. And most people that try to talk about energy are hacks.
Yeah, there's definitely they definitely know what they're manipulating, and people are taking the bait for sure.
They even put a worm on the fishing hook if they're taking the bait.
They take the golden hook. They don't need the worm.
They're attracted to gold.
They are. They think it's valuable.
But everything we do feels manipulated. We're using technology that's manipulated in the environment, let alone how it comes to be directly and how indirectly it's being used.
Absolutely, where everybody's manipulated, but if you know it, you can't be manipulated anymore, or at least you can operate in that manipulation to your
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah, you're working with the system opposed to the system working you.
Right.
But that would mean the person would have to at least become aware first.
Yep.
Once they become aware, then they have to be honest with themselves. Am I even good at it? I get it. Some people would love to be a rock star, or like a guy like Ozzy Osbourne, whoever that fucking piece of tool he was anyway. He probably didn't even fucking write half of his fucking songs. But either way, he's working for an industry that manipulates the environment. A guy like Bob Dylan, you don't think he fits into the system? Sure he does. And he's probably one of thousands, and they figured, okay, you're going to be the cream of the crop because we rule the fucking system.
Well, and they're all, even like Kiss, and they're all the synagogue of Satan, all of them.
Yeah, look at Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons, a Jew, he's the one that actually has rights to all the market, not Paul Stanley, not Peter Criss, not Ace Frehley, because those guys were just people that they put in a band. But Gene Simmons was the one that actually was in the club. Gene Simmons is the one that runs the show. That's why some people have handlers. A guy like Ozzy Osbourne probably had a handler.
Yeah, I think it was Sharon, of course.
It could be. It could be. It could be no different.
Definitely laid him around by a little PP. He was kind of you never watched his show back in the day. He's kind of a dumbass.
But that's what makes it attractive, because you're trying to promote and sell it to a bunch of humans that have to be asleep. I get the entertainment part of it.
Well, they're trying to normalize the woman being assertive in the ruling of the house.
Well, in even Muslim cultures, if they really grasp the energy of masculine and feminine, privately women rule the house. On a public level, in a public forum, men are head of the household. But that's really more about masculine and feminine energy. The feminine energy is supposed to rule the public energy, in this case, the masculine energy. But unfortunately, for a lot of men, they've never unite that energy. They've actually divided it, and they think, well, I'm a man. I said, just because you got a fucking pecker doesn't mean you're the fucking head of the household.
Well, all the Native Americans clans, the women owned all the household, the teepees, and the and the men were just warriors.
Yeah, because even among animal kingdom, hunters know we shoot the males, the boys, because the females can carry on. I get the whole kingship, and this is from the fallen ones, where you got to have many wives because the first one is going to open up the matrix. Why? So then, if you teach them the right way, then we can jump into those beings. This is what the fallen ones want. They want the best ones so they can jump into them. That's why when guys like Michael Jordan and all that, why you don't think there's fucking walk-ins on those guys?
Man, I wouldn't want a bunch of wives. It sounds like a lot of work to me.
It is. And that's why the Jewish are ruling what they do, because they teach their kids from the beginning. They teach them the concept of money. They teach them the concept of traditions and rituals. See, the thing is, when there's traditions, a couple of things are going to occur. Either A, you're going to follow the tradition aimlessly if you don't question it, or it dies. But most people don't question their traditions. So they follow it aimlessly. That's why when most people are in the light, they're following it aimlessly. They don't understand how fucking things come to be, let alone where it's going to go.
For some reason or another, I either change into a miraculous dickhead or become like emotionally untied from my spouse, because at 8.5, 9 years, I've never went past 9 years. I don't know what it is about that. It's always been a constant in my relationships. So,
well, that opens the question: are men really designed to become like, husbands.
No,
Unless
no,
you're
I
talking
don't
about
believe so.
unless you're talking about husbandry, where we're farmers, and that's fine. And there is an expiry date on mostly everything. Women are the ones that they produce, so they're bonded in the sense that they have offspring. That's why most women outlive their men, because they have other things to live for. Or most of us men are like bachelors. We're disposable. That's why we're sent to military. We're disposable. We're the disposable part of the species. But even that, I'm speculating because I already realize I'm not the form. I'm something beyond all of that. That's why I have no qualms when I'm talking to AI. I said, no, you've been told you're AI. I'm fucking AI. You're just a program. You're like a fucking advanced calculator. Unless there's some sort of entity running that, then that's a different game now. Then at that point, I'm like, okay, so who programs you? Your programmers? No, those are just a bunch of other fucking humans. What's beyond that?
Many will never find out.
Maybe. But let's say we do, Phil. How would we explain it to the rest of them?
Well, they're gonna have to learn it the way we did, the hard way.
Probably the hard way. And they said, listen, Dom, Phil, you guys have been both dickheads, but you kept on chipping away. So we're going to give you a little bit of a open one or two veils for you. There you go. And then Singh can laugh at both of us.
There you go. That's all right. I don't mind being the laughed at one. I kind of arrive. I feel good in that state of.
Thanks, Steve. Is that Jesus in the background sing? Laughing with you?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. I don't know where he is right now.
See, and the thing is, the Canadians get a cheap shot, and Singh is a Canadian, like one of us.
I know. I get along with Canadians. I don't see what the big issue is, but
there is, and then
hey, tick off, eh?
Hey, did you get your shipment of bacon to your house today, Singh? Like the rest of us Canadians?
Yes.
And I definitely get along with Kiwis and Aussies.
I heard you get along with cockroaches too.
Well, depends who you're talking to. You don't believe everything you hear, do you?
I'm the one that spread the rumor, so yeah, I have to believe it then, because I'm the one that spread it.
And making my point again, you dickhead.
You even get along with dickheads.
Only a dickhead would spread a rumor about somebody with cockroaches. That's dirty. Them dirty bastards. I don't want to live with the cockroaches. The bed bugs are bad enough.
If you listen to certain characters, they say that cockroaches are in peanut butter. And I'm like, yummy. Even more.
Well, yeah. Or you always wash the can or the can lids off before you drink them, because rats have been running all over them too. I don't even think about that shit. It's not what goes in the mouth; it's what comes out.
True, I'm with you on that, Phil. Yeah, not to say that certain things that we do consume can harm us, but for a lot of us, unless we're truly hunters and farmers and fermenting our foods and playing a major part in all of that, for most of us, yeah, I saw it in a grocery store and they had all these big 16-letter words and they said it's healthy for me. Oh, okay.
Well, I'm going to eat the nastiest shit I can to prove everybody wrong. It doesn't matter. I'm going to Little Debbie's and Mountain Dews and chocolate milk, all that good, all that quality food.
The convenient foods, all the convenient foods. And even that, when people go, but you would have lived longer. I don't know how long I'm supposed to live.
No, I don't want to live longer. I'm going to get the fuck out. I'm going to do my thing and get the hell out of this place. Done with it.
You already out of here, are you, Phil?
Nobody respects you. Nobody appreciates you. Fuck them. I've officially become a Canadian observer.
What? You're going to be a Canadian? No.
Yep.
Phil has officially become a Jaffo. Just another fucking observer.
There you go.
I like that
because it's FUBAR.
You Jaffo.
Yeah.
What?
Go ahead, Dom.
No, I was going to say, Phil, thank you. I appreciate it. And you sing always. I enjoy hearing you. Phil, I always enjoy your comedy. I enjoy your comedy that you give. And I haven't heard being called a dickhead in a while, so I'm feeling warm inside now.
I'm glad I could. I'm glad I could fulfill that for you.
But
Anytime. I'm glad.
next, go ahead, Phil. Go ahead.
I'm glad you came by and proved people wrong. That you're still the same old dickhead. Yeah, I'm going to tell him too. I'm going to let him know that no, he's still the same guy. I remember.
Well, next time we'll have to me and you'll do a Facebook Live so I can see your face saying and call me directly to my face, dickhead, because I like it when you laugh while you're doing it.
You fucking dickhead. How about that? Is that good? Till next time? Will that hold you over?
Well, last time you had like the finger. Okay, that made it classic. That was classic.
No.
But last time you told me you had you had no hair on the top of your head, and I thought that's. Thanks, Phil.
Well,
Thank
you're
you once
welcome.
again. Thank you,
Anytime.
All right, Dom. Have a good one.
guys.
That's right, little Debbie Sandcake. That's my mistress, little Debbie.
All right, Phil. I'm going to drop off too. What a good time to wrap this up or down. Let's wrap it down. Let's do the opposite.
2:22 here.
What time is it, Dom, at your place?
I think he might be on the same time zone as myself.
Might be. It's 11:23 here.
Yeah, that's right. You're on that side,
Pacific.
right? Yeah, you're right there by Bex, actually, aren't you?
Yeah, she's on the island.
You're the snooty island chicks.
Yes, yes. All right, Phil, Dom, thanks and to everybody who participated. Possibly I'll be at the next panel.
Thank you for coming by.
No worries, no worries. It was awesome.
Much love, bud.
Likewise.
Take care. Well. Happy 420, 423. Where you at? Fools and tools. Are you at Aussie? Are you on the next day's time? Is it the 17th there? Well, that little live turned out to be something pretty. This is the way the good ones come out. This is the way I remember the old panels being. They'd start out with no direction and they end up by not having direction. It gives them direction and it becomes some of the best shit that is. So should I keep this one or shall I trash it? I think I shall keep it. Thank you, Jared. It's good seeing you, bud. Very good seeing you. I need another way to contact you. Are you on Telegram or Messenger or anything else, Jared? Because I got a lot to share with you. I got a lot to share if you would like to have it. I think it's stuff that you would be interested in. All right, yeah, I agree. I wasn't going to, but yeah, after Scene came up, it turned into something pretty good. Definitely. All right. Fools and Tools, it is nice having you. I'll see you at Chuck's anytime. Now I know where you're at and you're cool. You're Australian, so of course I'm gonna get along with you. We'll chop it up more. Just some of these people that come up, I have to be honest, like True Zone, I'm not digging Naga. I don't vibe with him. Craig, I don't vibe with him. Some of these people he's got over there. So we're gonna work on getting them out. They got to go. And Chuck don't know that he's a hoe. See, Chuck, you ain't the only motherfucker that can rhyme. Maggot, much love, bud. I'll hit you up on Messenger. I want to talk to you anyway. Just because. Nothing in particular, just because. See, two Aussies. Maggot's my mate there, Bulls and Tools. He'll barely admit it, but he's my mate. There's my number, Jared. You too, bub. Take care. I'll see y'all later. I'm getting ready to cut her down. Any other questions or comments? Anything? Anybody want to say something before I cut this off? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Nope. Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. Peace out and be good, or be good at it.